call this meeting of the James City County Board of Supervisors to order for a business meeting. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel?
Here.
Ms. Null?
Present.
Ms. Larson?
Here.
Mr. McGlennon?
Here.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Here.
All present.
Okay, I need to have a motion to amend the agenda to discuss Peninsula Agency on the Aging presentation and add a closed session to discuss curbside recycling contract.
So move.
Mr. Stevens?
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Null?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlennon?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Our first presentation is a retirement commendation for Diane Finney. And Supervisor Null is going to assist me with this, I believe. And you want to do this from the...
I'd like to ask Bob Watson to come up and do
Okay.
the presentation.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm here today to make some brief comments about a recent retiree, Diane Finney. You can come up here next to me. So before I go into kind of the formal, I just wanted to make some comments. As always, when you lose an employee, it is bittersweet. You're happy for them, but you're sad for yourself because they're leaving. But when I think about Diane, it goes beyond our relationship at James City County and social services. She and I grew up in James City County, went to high school together. Her brother was my classmate. So we've known each other for a long time. So it's not just colleagues, it's friends. I will miss her always coming in and telling me what she shopped for over the weekend because she loves to shop. But I think when I also think of Diane, I think about her caring for the community. She cares for her church community, her family, but also her social services family. And that was very apparent during COVID. She was one of the few of us that was still in the building, but she went around every morning and several times during the day to check on people and make sure everybody was okay. And that's the kind of person that she is. And I'm not letting her get too far because on her last day, I gave her an application to serve on boards and advisory board for social services. So hopefully she'll take my invitation and she'll do that. But in seriousness, whereas Diane Finney has served the residents of James City County with distinction for 34 years, beginning her career in 1992 with WADA and culminating her role as Chief of Benefits with Social Services, and where Diane has exemplified the highest standards of integrity, excellence, and dedication, guiding staff and serving the community with unwavering professionalism. And whereas Diane played an instrumental role in the formation of the county's Black History Celebration Committee, reflecting her passion for the community engagement and cultural enrichment. Whereas Diane's deep knowledge of the Virginia Department of Social Services benefits programs and her steady leadership have been vital to the department's success. And whereas Diane has inspired colleagues through her positive attitude, collaborative spirit, and commitment to service, earning the respect and admiration of all who worked with her. Whereas Diane's retirement on August 29th, 2025 will be and is a tremendous loss to James City County and the many lives she's touched throughout her remarkable career. Congratulations.
Diane, if you would like to make some comments, the microphone is yours right now, and then I'll come present the
I just wanted to thank everyone for the support. I wanted to thank you all because my career did start in 1992. And when I was thinking about what I could say today, I was thinking about how my career started as a bus driver and I ended up as a chief of benefit programs. So I am a person that loves helping the community. I love you all. Mr. Stevens and Mr. Reinhardt. I have been here 30-some years, and I just see the love you all have for James City County and the love that I have. And the board, I see the love that you all have for the community. And it made it easy to work here for you. And then I've been in several meetings, and I was so proud to be a James City County employee for all those years. And it means a lot to have worked here 33 years, and the hardest thing I had to do was resign and retire. But thank you for everything you've done.
Should we go around?
Our next proclamation, presentation is a proclamation for National Service Dog Month. And I guess, Leslie, you're going to have your canine companions. Let me read this, and then I'll come down there and we'll get some photos. And I got to tell you, they're behaving better than my two. So, whereas we believe in the powerful transformative power of the human canine bond and on the inclusivity of all citizens. And whereas in the United States, 70 million adults and children have a disability and only 16,000 service dogs from accredited training programs exist nationwide, and the need is growing. And whereas Canine Companions created the concept of service dogs for people with physical disabilities 50 years ago in 1975, creating a new kind of support for disabilities. And whereas Canine Companions is a nonprofit organization that enhances the lives of people with disabilities by providing expertly trained service dogs and ongoing support to ensure quality partnerships free of charge. And whereas Canine Companions and their service dogs empower people with disabilities to lead life with greater independence by providing best-in-class training, ongoing follow-up services, and a deeply committed community of support. And whereas National Service Dog Month aims to educate our community about the benefits of service dogs and the laws protecting them, and whereas James City County continues to work toward becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens and their trained service dogs are embraced. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Chairman of the Board of Supervisors of James City County, do hereby proclaim September 2025 to be National Service Dog Month, and I encourage all citizens to celebrate service dogs and be respectful of the rights to safe access in our community offered to the adults, children, and veterans who lead more independent lives because of their assistance. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of James City County, Virginia to be affixed this 23rd day of September, 2025. So I will bring that down and we will.
There's a dog out in the lobby, mate.
Yes.
No?
Yeah, they're coming in.
It's coming.
Okay, good, good.
Oh, so Thank you. So we have pups here who range from just coming up on 6 months up to 16 months. So when they get to a year and a half, they're going to go to professional training up in NER, which is a Northeast Regional Training Center. And then they have 6 months of training there, and hopefully if they get through all of their training processes, then they're going to be matched with the recipient who's been waiting probably at least 2 years, if not 3 years, for these dogs.
Thank you very much. We will present that to you and get the picture. Okay. Thank you. The next proclamation is for Fire Prevention Week. Chief Ash and Joe Davis will come down, and I'll read it from here if you want me to, and then we'll come get the photos. Proclamation for Fire Prevention Week, October 5th through 11th, 2025. Whereas the fire department is committed to assuring a safe community for all those living and visiting James City County, and whereas the National Fire Protection Association sponsors Fire Prevention Week in cooperation with local fire departments, and whereas in 2025, Fire Prevention Week theme Charge into Fire Safety, Lithium-ion batteries in your home serves to remind us of the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risk of fires in homes and communities. And whereas Fire Prevention Week is October 5th through 11th, 2025, with James City County Fire Department hosting an annual open house on October 4th at Fire Station 4. And whereas in recognition of firefighter Hannah Middlebrook's contributions, who has been leading the fire department's community risk reduction efforts since 2017, and whereas firefighter Middlebrook plus our firefighters and company officers have contacted many school-aged children, guests, and residents of the county through planned fire prevention and safety programs throughout the year. Now therefore be it resolved that I, James O. Eisenhower Jr., Chairman of the Board of Supervisors of James City County, do hereby proclaim October 5th through 11th, 2025 as Fire Prevention Week in James City County, and recognize the contributions of fire department staff in the delivery of important fire and life safety programs. I encourage all citizens to join in recognizing and expressing appreciation for the dedicated service and sacrifice of our fire department staff. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the County of James City, Virginia, to be affixed this 23rd day of September, 2025. Let me come on down.
This is firefighter Middlebrook, who we recognize for all her hard work she's done since 2017. And also like to introduce, this is Pamela Fox. We recently just hired her last week, and she's a part-time public education coordinator. So she'll be, Hannah's still going to be working that role, but she's been doing it as an accessory role because she's a 24-hour firefighter. So we've kept her quite busy over the years.
This is just the additional duty.
Other duties as a
Well, you want to move up so we can get a picture or two for
Can we come down too, Jim?
And we also have some invitations for you all for those.
Okay, our next presentation of number 4 is Visit Williamsburg presentation, and Mr. Stevens, you'll do the introduction.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, before I invite Ed Harris to come up with Visit Williamsburg, I would like to take a moment and introduce Dana Youst, who is the Executive Director for the Historic Triangle Recreation Facilities Authority. I would ask, as she's coming to the podium, I would like to share, she's our only HTRFA employee, and she was hired to help with managing and promoting the Greater Williamsburg Sports and Event Center that is currently under construction. Ms. Youst has over 20 years of local government experience working in parks and recreation with the city of Raleigh and town of Kenly in North Carolina. She began working with us on August 18th and has hit the ground running. As the HTRFA Executive Director, she will manage the authority's daily operations and act as the liaison between the HTRFA Board, its contractors, Parks and Rec staff of the authority's 3 jurisdictions, which again includes James City, York Counties, and the city of Williamsburg. You know, I've enjoyed getting to know Dana over this past month. She has added value from her first week here, and I would like to give her just a minute or so to say hello. So Dana?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you and how excited I am to have this position. I feel very fortunate. I also want to tell you, you have amazing staff here in James City County, which I'm sure you already know, but everyone here has been extremely welcoming. They've helped me. They've given me information. Vice Chair Stevens has taken time, and Board Member Carnifax to give me history and help me get along with this role. Moving from North Carolina and starting a new job can be stressful, but it has been an absolutely incredible experience. So I want to say thank you. Again, I'm very excited to be here, and if I can ever answer any questions for you, I would love to do so. And I know I've had the pleasure of meeting with 2 of you. So anyway, if y'all ever want to meet, just let me know, and I'll be more than happy to make it accommodate you, okay?
And Dana is splitting her office time between James City, York County, probably, and Williamsburg. So we have her in our office on a fairly regular basis. If you want to meet with her, we'd be happy to arrange that. I would clarify I am vice chair of the HTRFA board, but for those
Sorry.
at home, I'm not vice chair up here. I'm county administrator.
I apologize. I
for
should
her,
have
she
said
said it right.
HTRFA. My
Maybe.
apology. That's how I know him. So thank y'all.
Thank you, welcome. With that, I would, she does work very closely with Visit Williamsburg, so that seemed to be an appropriate time to introduce Dana, so I appreciate you allowing me to do that. With that, I would ask Ed Harris, the CEO of Visit Williamsburg, to come forward and update you on their activities. He sent a lot of slides. He assured me he would talk fast, and we'll see how he goes, so welcome.
And thank you, Board of Supervisors. I do have a lot of slides. I'm going to click through these as fast as humanly possible. I'll talk a little bit about tourism nationally, how it's been the first 6, 7, 8 months of the year, how it's doing locally, and then I'll get into a few projects. But before I do that, I just want to acknowledge one of my colleagues who's with me here today. Our Head of Business Development, Greg Kavanaugh, is here in the room today with me. And so jumping in, when we talk about tourism nationally, I'm going to see, let's see, I don't think this clicker's working, but looks like it's getting, there we go. Tourism nationally, as most of you probably know, has been soft. Going back to January this year, there's been a lot of just uneasiness with consumers traveling and spending money. The good news is that although tourism has been softer nationally, Virginia as a state has been resilient amongst these challenging times, especially Williamsburg, and I'll get into that in just a minute, but there's a lot of travel spending that's down, cost pressures, as I mentioned. Believe it or not, the luxury segment of travel is doing very well, but the mid-scale and budget hotels are down across the country. But because we are one of those very popular drive market leisure destinations, places like Williamsburg have held steady, if not shown growth. And so speaking of the growth, what we like to look at Visit Williamsburg in terms of performance are a ton of hotel metrics, but maybe even more important than that is the transient tax collections that we take a close look at, because guests who spend the night in our hotels, B&Bs, Airbnbs, timeshares, campgrounds, et cetera, they all pay the transient tax when they stay overnight. And the good news for the historic triangle is that those tax collections for overnight stays in the period between July 1st and June 30th, our fiscal year, those were up 10%. And I think any company would be happy to see 10% growth, especially with the transition we've had over the last year. One of the key things we're excited about that I want to focus on here first is the 250th. It's going to be here before we know it. Our team is hard at work, working with all of our colleagues across this historic triangle to put together an amazing once-in-a-generation milestone year next year. And to kick things off, I want to share a new video that highlights just a few of the things that our visitors are going to get to experience throughout the historic triangle when they visit here going forward.
We are the spirit of a nation, not in name, but in action, not in monuments, but in the lives we lead and the values we carry forward, by people who dared to dream of something bigger. That spirit lives on in us. We don't preserve history to look back. We preserve it to move forward. With clarity, courage, and conviction. Because Williamsburg doesn't stand still. It stands tall, and together we rise with it. This is our place, our purpose, our promise. This is Williamsburg, where America's journey begins.
And you may have noticed the voiceover in that film. It was none other than Christy Coleman with the Jamestown Yorktown Foundation. And so that's just one of many videos we'll be rolling out between now and Independence Day of 2026. But I think that video does a nice job of showing the wide variety of amazing things you can do here when you visit the historic triangle. The photography that will go along with all of these new videos will be seen on billboards, on web ads, digital banners. We have this print ad, which is going to appear in the New York Times this week. I also want to talk about another quick project regarding the 250th. As many of you may already know, we've rolled out our Great American Birthday Quilt Project, where we're inviting Americans to submit quilt squares to be part of our 250th birthday quilt, which will be 250 feet long, and will first be on display at the Colonial Williamsburg Visitor Center next summer, with the intent to have the quilt tour not only the historic triangle in Virginia, but beyond there as well. And we're already getting a lot of positive attention around this project, lots of good media coverage. We do have a website set up. We are partnering with Steve Prince. Steve Prince is the distinguished artist in residence at William & Mary, who has a background in quilt making. So he's the perfect partner to collaborate with on this initiative. And we are conducting workshops at lots of different events to collect as many quilt squares as possible to make the Great American Birthday Quilt. Most recently, we were at the event in Yorktown, We the People, on Saturday night, where we collected over 100 new quilt squares from people who attended the Yorktown event. And we're also creating quilt kits that we're sending out to conferences that our sales team is attending. This is just a sample of some of the quilts that have been coming back in from throughout the country to our office. And of course, we have a 250th website. There is 250th social media in full gear right now. We have some selfie displays that are in development, which will be placed around the historic triangle for people to get pumped up about next year. I'm going to shift gears and talk quickly about Williamsburg sports, where we've been, where we're currently, and where we're headed. For the most part, over the last year, we've been making sure we're attending the key trade shows to recruit sports tournaments to the area, and we've developed some new branding around sports as well. There's 2 examples of some of the trade shows that our team attends. And when we go to these trade shows, we will often try to, in addition to being at the trade shows for appointments, we will sponsor additional activities to get key decision makers with us for some one-on-one conversations. An example of that was taking a group of 30 decision makers to a baseball game as an offshoot of the conference that was in Miami. And on the marketing side, we partnered with a Virginia-based firm called White 64, which has really developed some great messaging and just brand ethos for our sports. So all of the marketing going forward will be driven by these words: confident, competitive, bold, energetic, motivational, and assuring. We're really excited about the fresh look this agency is bringing to sports. The concept rests on the idea of the win. Of course, the W in win and the W in Williamsburg fits nicely as we roll out the campaign for the W. And you'll see for the W in a variety of places, a lot of digital marketing, but also on signage as people check in for our tournaments here in the Triangle. And you can see there, even as a hashtag, you'll be seeing things like for the W. And of course, there's always swag when you're rolling out new branding, and of course, a refreshed website. And then one last thing on the sports marketing piece, we are partnering with Epsilon, which is a leading display advertising platform, to make sure we're getting in front of as many tournament decision makers in the digital world as possible. And so where are we right now? Well, I'm happy to stand up here and say we've got a ton of current agreements for large-scale sports tournaments who have selected Williamsburg over many other options to host their tournament. Here are a few that are already committed to the Greater Williamsburg Sports and Events Center, which will open at some point mid-next year. And as you can see there, when we bring in these groups, our hotels are happy. We will be filling hotel room nights, our restaurants, our attractions, our shops. They will all benefit from the huge economic impact that sports will bring. Here's just a sampling of some of the types of sports that are planning to be here. Not all of these here on the list are for the new center. Some of these are outdoor tournaments, but I think you get the point. You can even see an event there coming to Jamestown Beach and Marina. But in total, we have on the books close to 90,000 hotel room nights. And we're just really fortunate that we have quite a few bookings before the center has opened. And to kind of wrap up the sports update, I do have a very short video. If there's time, I'd like to queue up.
Imagine the most inspiring sports destination you can. Is it across the street from a fulfillment center, somewhere between a cornfield and a data farm? Is it crammed downtown between $600 hotel rooms and $60 parking? Or is it somewhere more epic? Along shores dotted with stories of success and setback, near fields renowned for overcoming odds and overthrowing empires. A place where hope and adversity were forged into sheer force of will. Now that place sounds legendary. That place sounds like Williamsburg. Undefeated since 1781, the historic Triangle knows what it takes to get the W, on and off the field. Just 150 miles from D.C., midway between Richmond and Virginia Beach, and nearby no less than 3 airports and a train station. The path to victory couldn't be clearer. If you've got the game, we've got the courts, the courses, the diamonds, the pools, the trails, the rivers, and the pitches to play them on. And while we're not partial to monarchs, we do have a crown jewel, too. A 200,000 square foot state-of-the-art sports and events center coming in 2026, which will take our game and any game to the next level. But don't expect the pace and the passion to stop after the whistle blows. In Williamsburg, there are countless ways to keep your heart racing. There are hundreds of acres of thrilling theme parks, momentous historic sites, and untouched nature to burn off all that excess adrenaline. And when you need to recharge, our eclectic food scene knows how to feed a frenzy, with every kind of venue imaginable for victors to claim their spoils, and the vanquished to drown their sorrows. Then, when the competition is finally put to bed, there's over 7,000 sleeping rooms of all shapes, sizes, price points, and amenities ready and waiting. So when you're looking for that ideal destination for your next event, remember, you're looking for more than just a place, but a headspace. A location with bleeding-edge facilities and historic hustle. Amenities that amp athletes up. Dining that delivers. Hotels that are lights out. You're looking for Williamsburg.
All right, so in wrapping up, I think it's important for me to acknowledge that all of these marketing assets, from the branding to the videos, we vet through our sports advisory committee, which is made up of a group of all-stars from across the historic triangle. And lastly, so where are we going? There are more trade shows on the horizon. I definitely want to give a shout out to Morgan Cordell. She has spearheaded our sales effort on the sports side and is just doing an incredible job. We have a recent intern that was hired, and we have some positions that are currently being posted to expand the team. And then I'll close with just a sampling of some of the events that are happening across the historic triangle over the next couple of months. There's always something fun happening in the historic triangle, and our team will be sharing these events out to the world. One of the new events I'll do a shameless plug for really quickly. This weekend is the first annual Williamsburg Pancake Trail. Friday night we'll be at the Hellenic Center for some live music, a few pancakes on hand to give out pancakes. There's a kids corner where the kids can decorate pancakes, and lots of other things happening there. And then the marquee event is Saturday, where we have hired the Major League Eating group to come in town and do an eating contest with pancakes. Aleworks Brewery, which has been an awesome partner, they have their Pancake House Stout, which will be on site this weekend with a special label just for the festival. There's the rundown. I'm not going to bore everybody with reading all the details, but we've been promoting this event in different places over the past month. And I think the reason it's garnering so much media attention, even from national tourism publications like Travel and Leisure, is because it's not just some random pancake festival in some ordinary town. We are the pancake capital of the world. And we have the numbers of pancake houses to show for it. So there's an authenticity to a place like Williamsburg hosting a pancake festival. And this is my last slide, I promise. The remainder of our fiscal year presents these opportunities for measured optimism. We're happy to see that future group business that I shared a few minutes ago on the books. The 250th commemoration is going to be epic. We can't wait. We're in so many planning meetings right now to make sure that we leverage that moment next year. And then, of course, the Greater Williamsburg Sports and Events Center is going to bring tremendous economic impact 12 months of the year. And that's a beautiful thing, because even in the first quarter of the calendar year, when businesses are typically slower, we can bring in large events into the Greater Williamsburg Sports and Events Center, which the business community will be happy about. And with that, I don't know if anybody has any questions, but hopefully I didn't go way, way over time. Thank you.
I would just like to thank you, Ed. Having you here and your leadership role has just made such a significant difference. I don't know how people didn't break out in applause with that sports video, because that is tremendous. And the first video was as well. But when you showed the sports video last week, I mean, it just hit all the buttons. And just the work that's being done to help ensure that we really kick off the Greater Williamsburg Sports Center and Events Center in a big way. You and your team are doing that, and I'm just so appreciative. And it's really an honor to be able to lead that organization. So thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Great.
I can make a comment too about Ed. I will tell you, we have said the sports center is for the community during the week. Ed is pressing on that all the time, which I think is great. And I do appreciate the idea and the thoughtfulness and the support for the sports center. And I do think that it will be extremely successful, that we're going to need more space in the future because it's so well booked and so well received, not just by athletes, but by parents and grandparents with their kids in the facility, by meeting groups, and by these other types of events that can occur there that I think will attract many in our community to want to go out and participate in them. So I'm really excited to have you here and appreciate your help there as well, Eric. So.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay. We move to the consent calendar next. Today's consent calendar consists of the following items. Number one is contract award, 250th anniversary special events and concert planning series and budget appropriation. Number two is contract award, James City County HVAC controls service agreement. Number three, dedication of streets in section 9 of the Newtown subdivision. Number four, grant award, $36,000 radiological emergency preparedness. Number five, grant award, $67,500 Virginia Homelessness Solutions Program funds. Number six, grant award, $33,288 Virginia Opioid Abatement Authority Colonial Behavioral Health Historic Triangle Drug Prevention Coalition. And number seven, participation in proposed settlement of opioid-related claims against Alvogen, Amneal, Apotex, Hikma, Invidor, Mylan, Sun, and Zydus. Interesting names. Number eight, participation in proposed settlement of opioid-related claims against the Sackler family. And number nine, minutes adoption. Does anyone wish to pull any of the items for discussion? Or could I have a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Motion for approval?
Mr. Hippel? Aye. Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan? Aye. Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We now move to board discussions. Number one on that is our CIP funding update. David Rose from Davenport and Company.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, David Rose from Davenport and Stephen Geis, who's one of my colleagues, and Courtney Rogers is not here today. Let me start by saying that if it wasn't for the staff, we wouldn't be here today. They are excellent. I think you all know that well, but there's been a lot of time and effort and focus put into this. We're asking for no actions this afternoon, just simply want to be educational. There'll be time to do this in the future as we get closer to some of these projects. So again, just want to move quickly. All righty, so let's see here. Renee, I may need your help then. Okay, I will immediately go there. All right, let's do that. All righty, so background. Again, we've had the fortune of being your financial advisor for probably 30 plus years. And you can see here the variety of things that we have done. I think the most important thing when you get right down to it is that last bullet. And that is that we've been able to follow, monitor, collaborate with your staff so that the county's fiscal health is maintained at the highest levels all the time. Okay? Next page, if you would. All righty. Back in October 2024, or basically a year ago, if you would, we went to New York, talked to the rating agencies, and got all three of our AAA ratings, the highest you can get, reaffirmed. Over the years, I've been with several of you to these trips where they've come to us, and we're looking forward to having them do that again with your blessing, probably next spring as we move closer. But the upshot is we show them not only what we are going to do in that moment, but what we plan to do over the next 5 years. At that time, we talked about having a roughly $183 million of needs to be borrowed over a 5-year period. That has moved around some. Back in February, I presented to this body about $260 million of needs. And as we evolve, we're now looking at a number a little bit north of $330 million. So again, all of the things you're going to see here factor in that $330 million. Okay, so as part of this presentation, and again, because there's a lot of pages, I'm just going to give you some sense of the things that you can find and go back on. Naturally, if you have any questions, we expect you just to come through Scott and to Sharon, and then we can certainly answer those. But we have not only looked at all of the various financial ratios that those ratings require, but we've also taken into consideration a number of other observations, if you would. And on the next several pages, I'm just going to elaborate for a moment or two on some of those observations. So back in 2024, the rating agencies gave us credit reports, and they not only gave us those AAAs, but they also talked about relative strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, if you're going to be AAA, most of it all is going to be strengths. So what they really focus in on is what could be things that could make the AAA go lower. And some of the things they talk about, and just what I want to make sure today, is that as you move towards the 2027 fiscal year, the things that you've done successfully for the last several years, many years in fact, you continue to do. And those are things such as keeping fund balances up, meaning rainy day funds. Those mean not only that, but having structurally balanced budgets, and also making sure that you're projecting out and staying within your policies. Okay. So where the county is now, as I've said it, I don't think we need to belabor it, except to say that we've got a series of policies, and all of the new debt that we're talking about keeps us within those new policies. Okay? So a couple of important things here. We can do all the right things, and I want to make this point very importantly, and that is we can do all these things, but it doesn't mean that our AAAs are absolute out into the future. A couple reasons for that. Number one, excuse me, I'll take a little water here. A couple reasons for that. Number one, the rating agency's criteria changes over time. Standard & Poor's, for example, they changed their criteria this past year. Not a single Virginia entity was changed. However, Fitch, they changed their criteria, and literally a half dozen local governments, including several right here between Richmond and Virginia Beach, were downgraded. Not for anything they did, but the way they look at the criteria. So for us, as we go forward, I want to make sure everyone realizes we're going to do everything we can to continue to be a AAA, but there's no guarantee. And again, as long as we know that. I think at the very least, if something does change for us, it's a very modest change and not something that gives me any pause financially, but we like the prestige and we like that. Okay, next page. All righty. Again, I think we really talked about this methodology, how we keep up some of the various things. You've had robust surpluses, and for those behind me and those watching on TV, when you see the local governments, and in particular our government, have good surpluses, it's important to realize that those surpluses are also earning interest, that money helps bring down the pressure on the general fund. And so from that perspective, not only does it help us keep at AAA and borrow at the lowest cost of interest, but it also allows us, again, to avoid having to do equivalent tax increases and other things because we get some of those good interest earnings. Okay, next page. All right, so we were asked to think about strategies to combat inflation, recognizing, again, that since COVID-19 in particular, that era, things have gotten pretty expensive. So one of the things we recognize is that it really doesn't pay, no pun intended, to wait years to get projects done because they really go up faster than inflation. And we've seen that, just the way it is for lots of reasons. So the way in which your plan is being looked at is to really do a good bulk of the things in the early years of the 5-year period. And again, as we said, as that money is spent, we'll be earning interest off of that. As that money is being, in effect, needed, we've got the program set up, and Sharon's going to talk some more about that. Stephen will touch on it in a moment. But again, we just wanted to point out that we really don't believe there's a benefit in, so to speak, kicking the can or spreading it out. That really doesn't look for us to be a good strategy. Next page. Okay. I mentioned earlier rating agencies. Just simply put, because of time, all the three rating agencies, and basically there are only really three. I mean, there's one other perhaps that's trying to burgeon through, but in reality, these are the entities that we as local governments look at and have for decades. What they gave us was some indicators of downgrade potential. Don't cross this line, or be careful if you cross this particular line. In the back of our presentation, the appendix, we've got some more details about that. But I think I would simply point out that for all three of these, we should stay pretty much within that AAA, maybe a little bit of borderline as it relates to debt only. But again, a rating is much more complex and much more in-depth than just debt only. So as a result, we can be fine with all the debt metrics, but things such as if as a county we grow but we're kind of stable, but other counties in the country grow a little faster, they kind of look at those things. So the only point I also want to make is there are things within ratings that we as a collective body don't control. All we do is what we do control, and I would say the things that we do control, we do a darn good job of it, and that's really you do a darn good job of it. And so again, as long as we keep that into 27 and beyond, then I feel like we've got a real fighting chance, and every fighting chance to keep where we are. But again, we always have to just make sure that we don't take it for granted that it couldn't change slightly. Okay. Now I'm going to turn it over to Stephen just to give you a sense of this, but I mentioned there's about 332 million of debt funded needs, and you can see there on the rolling up over 26 out to 30 how it comes to that amount. Okay, Stephen.
Thank you, David. So one thing I do want to point out on this page as well is that we've been working with Sharon and staff, and the ongoing assumption, or the most recent assumption, is that the spending is expected to shift out essentially a year. And so by virtue of that, moving to page 11, we've also adjusted the timing of future borrowings. And so instead of a borrowing in FY26, we've assumed a borrowing of about 190 million in FY27. And that is to fund the first 2 years of that CIP on the previous page. Thereafter, the borrowings that we've assumed in FY29 is approximately 91 million, and then in FY30 is 36 million, and so on. I do want to point out that we've assumed that all of these borrowings are undertaken on a permanent basis, but we did want to mention that interim financings are an option in that second to last bullet point, and they could be leveraged via the bank markets if project funding is needed sooner. Page 12 layers on those projected borrowings on top of the county's existing debt service. A couple of things I want to point out. FY26, the estimated payment, which is based on your existing debt, is approximately 20 million. With the projected debt layered on over the next several years, it's expected or projected to peak at roughly 35.7 million. And I also want to mention here that we've used a very conservative interest rate assumption when projecting out these future borrowings. On page 13, I'm not going to get into the details here, but this layers on that existing and projected debt shown on page 12 with the projected funding sources provided in the FY26 budget. Sharon's going to talk a little bit more about this as a follow-up to our presentation, but we wanted to point out that the county is doing a very good job in planning and has always done that over the past several years for these future capital projects. The next 2 pages speak to the key debt ratios that the county maintains. So the first is debt to assessed value. This measures the outstanding principal against the tax base. And so the county has a policy in place of 3%. And as you can see on that chart, with the layering on of that projected debt, we're still well within the policy limit of 3%. The second policy that we look at is debt service to revenues. We like to equate this to the county's credit card. So how many cents on every dollar is going towards debt service. And so the county has a maximum policy of 12%, with a target of 10%. And as you can see, with the projected debt layered on, it peaks in FY 2030, still under that county target.
I will just wrap up this last page if I could, members of the board. So the county is in very solid position, commensurate, as we say, with your AAA rating. We have worked closely with staff to incorporate that roughly 330 million of capital borrowing. I would point out that you also do a very good job of pay-as-you-go funding. So again, it's not all debt that you do, and that's always been a very healthy mix, and that's another strength. But what we are thinking about is not needing to go to the marketplace till probably sometime next summer, fall, in around that time frame. One thing we'd like to do, because it always is a real positive, is to try to bring the rating agencies down here to the area. Let them see, again, it's ironic, it's going to be the 250th year simultaneous. I think it couldn't be any better. And they will see for themselves all the things, the dynamics, what makes this such a special county. So with all of that, happy to answer any questions. But as I said, we really just wanted to continue from that February presentation, the process of education. And so again, we would, I'm certain, be back working with the staff at the appropriate time as we move closer to reality on these projects. Happy to answer it all. Sharon?
Any questions for Mr. Rowe?
I've got a couple, if you don't mind, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Just to kind of reinforce a couple of points, in particular about the fiscal conservatism that we've operated with over the years. You made reference to some goals that the county has set. I believe it's the case that at least in some of those cases, we've set a standard below what we anticipate the rating agencies are looking for, and we've tried to consistently keep within that lower amount. Is that correct?
That is correct. So especially in the appendix, we point out certain, let's say, lines that the rating agencies talk about could move ratings. And we will, by and large, with this debt, be below that in a good way, below meaning those lines. Again, is there other factors, I think, that really will ultimately make and change the day that we don't control as much? But again, I think you're absolutely on point. The other thing, too, is I know Sharon's going to come behind me, but just this morning, before we got here, for your neighbor, the city of Hampton, we sold bonds. Similarly, what we planned here, which is a 20-year level debt service, and we use, just like we've done here, a planning rate of 4.5%. Our bonds today, fixed rate for 20 years, was 3.65%. So we were 85 basis points, or almost said another way, almost a whole 1%. So if you think about it, in the hundreds of millions of dollars, we try to build in a cushion. That may go away. But again, we tried to be conservative in that approach. And I hope, and you know, our sense is that hopefully that'll stay this way when we come to market, probably about a year from now.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
a little
actually
sooner.
anticipated my next question, which was about that assumption of the 4.5% rate, and it's great news to hear that Hampton's had that success with,
Yes.
with
And
their
Hampton's
borrowing.
not rated as high as you, but they're very highly rated. And so they're somewhat close, really somewhat close. And again, I think the one thing, and you being on the board so many years, John, you know this, that, you know, there's possibilities that if rates continue to be so favorable and we continue, we may talk about perhaps, and it's going to be the staff's decision, maybe we do something a little earlier, just in anticipation, and get some money put into the bank, no pun intended, so that we garner those really strong interest rates. Because for everyone to be at, I started working with Hampton in 1984, so it's now whatever 40 plus years later. You realize in those days, and even up before COVID, the idea of being sub 5% was considered really strong. And so with the short little bit of COVID, these rates at sub 4% are as low as really we've ever seen in my lifetime. So
thank you for
Good
that.
time frame.
And just one other thing that I'd point to, we talked about some of the kinds of things that might affect ratings that are really outside the control of the county. So I understand, for instance, that at least one of the rating agencies is now not counting housing allowances for military personnel.
No, they're not doing it. Yeah, that's Fitch. They just kind of discounted it very heavily. Hampton made a strong pitch to show that, and they just didn't seem swayed by that. But that's their metric because they do it nationally. But again, there's certain things, for example, like they happen to have a real preference, Fitch, for growth. They equate growth with good. That not necessarily be the situation. Sometimes being very stable or slow growth is maybe even better. Again, we get away from politics, but I'm saying, but that's sort of how because they try to make it a national thing. They used to be more regionalized and looking at credits, and they've gotten away from that. I think to their detriment, I should say. So,
Well,
but that's fine.
we have some clippings from the newspapers recently that suggest that we're among the fastest growing communities again in Hampton Roads, which I think are probably not as. And I wouldn't necessarily agree with those, but we can use those headlines anyway.
Okay.
We'll take them now. We'll take it.
Right. Yeah. We'll know the audience. Yeah.
I did just have one question.
Yes, please.
It sounds like you have a fairly strong relationship with Sharon, most especially. Would you say that you feel fairly confident that our staff, especially Ms. McCartney, is on it and very communicative with you and constantly sharing information about the county and our financial position?
Well, she only works 8 days a week, which is sort of a little bit of a problem. But in fairness, I wouldn't say fairly, I'd say strongly, really. It's been wonderful. Courtney also, but no, if I could clone her, I would, okay, and her staff. So it really is impressive. And again, I'm actually going to be going next door in about 3 hours to Charles City County to talk about, it's been public, all the problems they have and are trying to clean up some of those problems that we've gotten brought into to help out. So again, we don't take for granted when there's a staff that is so strong. And again, it's a vestige of when John was here at McDonald and having you move on. And so you're very blessed. You've got Scott, and I mean that. So this is what rating agencies and citizens really should be having, which is these ongoing dialogues and presentations where hopefully I don't take up too much time. But in fairness, that way, when it comes time to actually execute on these projects, no one can say, well, we didn't know, or all of a sudden, or we didn't realize maybe there's some rating agency issues we don't control. We want to be here along the way, laying the foundation. So you've got an incredibly good staff, and really do, and we
Thank you.
appreciate that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess Sharon's going to be next.
I do thank you for the very great presentation, and I was reading it over the weekend when I was going through my agenda. I appreciate the detail.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. To demonstrate how fluid the market is and the situation is with our capital projects, we've just been briefed by Davenport, and now I'm going to provide an update to their update. So this first slide you just saw from Davenport's presentation. It is based on our budgeting practices, the yellow area from our adopted 2026 budget. That's what they based their presentation on, rightfully so, since that's the most recent official document that we have. That said, the progress on our projects, the market volatility, those types of things are in a constant state of flux. That is what we constantly are monitoring to make decisions to come to you and recommend when is a good time to actually go to market. Based on the current status of the projects that we do intend to borrow for in 26, we will likely not need to go to market for bonds this year. That in and of itself creates savings in fiscal year 2026. And then there's a domino effect. We will have further savings in 2027 because of the shifting of that. The next slide Here is my update, and this factors in the impact of those factors and the further smoothing of the impact on the general fund. So in the previous slide, if I can go back, you'll see there in the blue, the red area, those were additional debt service needs that we would have that we would need to finance in our upcoming budget cycle. We'd have to determine how we would pay for that, because you can see the debt service budget there remained neutral at $32.3 million. When we go forward and we look at the most recent update, the red is gone. And the red is gone because we will save $6 million between 26 and 27 in the delay of that borrowing. And that is a very deliberate, concerted effort. We don't want to borrow money before we need it, not only because of the debt service, but because we're paying interest on money that's sitting in the bank and not needed for capital projects. So not only does the red go away, but we also can further smooth out the impact on the general fund. In the previous slide, the column labeled incremental increase transferred from the general fund was much larger. Now it's smoothed out to a $1.5 million increase, which is a much more doable number over the future 5-6 years. The projected use of our debt service fund at $16.1 million is about the same, and that is a deliberate planned use of our debt service reserve. Most localities do not have a debt service reserve. This is a reserve above and beyond your unassigned general fund balance, which is what you use to weather storms, COVID, those types of situations. This is above and beyond. The reason we have that is we have continued to transfer the same amount from our general fund year after year, while our debt service demands actually went down. That allowed our budget to be more stable. We didn't have the peaks and valleys, and then we built up a reserve. It's not meant to continue to build endlessly. The purpose of that is to help us with the volatility of our capital projects. We have money there available when those debt service needs go up, and we continue to build on it when the debt service needs go down. And so this is a planned use, and that is something that the bond rating agencies want to see. They're looking at your overall reserves, and you need to have a plan in place and explain. This has been in our budget document. We look at it every year. We reevaluate. Even with the use of $16.1 million, our total reserve for debt service alone is $24 million. If you look at the column labeled estimated debt service, you can see that's more than 100% of 1 year's worth of debt service. After we use $16 million of the 24, we will still have $8 million, which represents 23% of our annual debt service needs, and that is still a very high number. In comparison, our unassigned fund balance requirement is 15%, so we're well above that, and this is in excess of that. So I wanted to share that with you, and again, just show what just that tiny change, how volatile it can be and what a difference it can make in our budgeting practices. And again, it's why we do the 5-year projections. In the case of CIP, we're carrying the debt all the way through the life of the debt. The green area shows you, starting in 2035, we start to build up our reserve or open up future capacity for more borrowings, more capital projects as you see fit, while not having to add anything to our transfer from the general fund. So I've color-coded that to show the transitions between that period of time and kind of what's happening to your general fund, what's happening to your reserves, what's happening to your overall debt payments. We'll continue to provide updates with a full integration as part of the upcoming budget cycle, again, looking at the 5-year plan, as well as updating you as we go on the projects and when we would recommend that we do go to market. And with that, I answer any questions you may have.
I don't really have a question for you, Ms. McCarthy, but I do want to thank you for this. I think this does give a pretty clear idea that we will have a great opportunity to finance our capital needs for the next several years because of prudent planning. I used to joke that John McDonnell was the kind of guy who, during the budget process, could always find some extra money hidden in the couch cushions. I think in your case, what we find is that you've already gotten them all out and taken care of them. So thanks very much for the work you're doing on this.
Sure.
Hey, Our next is Peninsula Community Foundation presentation. Adia Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, County Manager Stevens and the Board of Supervisors for James City County for the opportunity to talk to you today and for your investment in the research that led to the study and the report that we'll talk about. I'm Adelia Thompson, and it has been my honor to serve as the CEO for the Peninsula Community Foundation since January. Prior to that, I was with Christopher Newport Administration for 14 years before retiring with a little R at the end of 2024. Longtime Foundation CEO Mike Monteith had been trying to retire for a while, and his timing and my timing lined up together. So the board of the foundation took a leap of faith with me, and I'm honored to get to be with you for a while in this role. I'll also say up front that the foundation is simply the source of this report, and that Bill Massey, who's also here today, and his marvelous team at the Peninsula Agency on Aging are the heroes who live into the reality of this report every day. And I'm grateful to you, Bill, for being a willing and ready partner as we have talked about this report in team presentations across this peninsula for the last 9 months. And you'll hear from Bill in a moment. And you all probably know that Bill is going to be retiring from PAA at the end of this calendar year after 41 years of leadership with that organization. PAA and our community are going to miss you, Bill Massey, and your compassion and your vision. So Godspeed as you retire with a big R, not a little one. Many of you may know about the Peninsula Community Foundation one way or the other, and it's been our privilege to get to work with James City County through the years. And we're home to a broad number of scholarships for students from this area, and for which James City County students are eligible, and teacher support grants as well. But I'm going to quickly set the stage for why the foundation took on this report, offer a really quick snapshot of who we are, why we do this, and why this report was important to us. Thank you. So when we were created, Virginia Peninsula was the largest community in the Commonwealth without a community foundation. Our founders knew there needed to be an anchoring organization whose job was to keep the whole community in mind, so kind of to maintain the view from the balcony, if you will. The leaders of the municipalities we serve, like you, and the hundreds of nonprofits are hardworking to care for our neighbors, and the leaders of business and education, you're all focused and passionate, but you have specific roles and you have agendas by design. There needed to be an organization positioned to always be mindful of the greater community. So we were created to be the guy counts on. We are not on the front line of the community doing God's work in service of the greatest needs as you are and as the nonprofits are. We are the service organization here to serve those who serve our neighbors, to have our ear to the ground, lifting up the greatest needs and opportunities and connecting them with the people and organizations and businesses who can make a difference. Thank you. So we live into that role in 3 major ways. I'll lean on our initials, if you will, for that, PCF. We do our work through partnerships. That's really at the heart of everything that we do. Capacity building, which for us means helping organizations do more good things they're already doing, and helping them do some things that they cannot or maybe even shouldn't have to try to do themselves, and then financial possibilities through partnerships and capacity building to create and invite and facilitate new pathways for financial resources, sustainable ones, to make life better on the peninsula. Next. So the tools we use to do our work are listed at the top of this slide, and for today, community research certainly will be our focus. But also listed at the bottom there, you'll see the groups that comprise our primary partners. And because I know the word peninsula means something a little different depending on who's saying it, Don Slater means one thing, we probably mean another. Peninsula means the 6 municipalities we were created to serve, and those are Hampton, Newport News, Poquoson, York County, James City County, and Williamsburg. Now, at your places, you have 3 handouts, and for those of you in the house today and on television, all of these are also available on our website. And the first is a 2-sided, 1-page handout that's labeled PCF at a glance, and it really is intended just to be that, a quick dashboard, if you will, of information about us and what we do and why. Next slide. The next slide highlights 3 points that are showcased on that handout. I'll cover quickly. So research, which we're going to focus on today, it's actually been a driver of the foundation for the last 15 years. And the report that we're going to share today is the 3rd project like this that the foundation has taken on. The very first one focused on early childhood development, and the second, about a decade ago, on homelessness. And that led in large part to the creation of a housing Crisis Hotline. The second program noted up there you may know about through us is the annual Give Local 757 campaign. It takes place in the late spring every year, and you'll see on the slide on the left and in the middle on the right some of the aggregate info about the program's impact since we started it 12 years ago. And this past May, we raised over $1.5 million in one day. So this is a prime example of capacity building. Many of the nonprofits that participate in Give Local could never undertake that kind of a day of giving on their own, and they really shouldn't have to use their limited resources to try when we can step in and help them win through something they don't have to build or create. And then the final point on this slide is about the overall investment we make in the community. We are home to actually closer to 200 funds, not 100 up there, from donor advised funds to endowments to scholarships and teacher support funds. And since 2011, more than $37 million has been channeled through the foundation into this community, $4.2 million in 2024. So Mike Monteith, who was not only my longtime predecessor, but also one of our founders, firmly believed that holistic community research really is something, a space that a community foundation ought to step into when we can. So he created a program banner at the foundation, the Center for Community Research. And this report is the inaugural effort under that banner. He approached the leaders of the 6 municipalities we serve for your thoughts on what a pressing topic might be that cuts across the community, shared by all municipalities. And that's how the topic of older adults emerged. And the 6 governments agreed to fund this effort, and we're deeply grateful to you for that. You see on the slide at the bottom left the names of the research team. They were led by Elizabeth Hughes, whom Mike knew as a leader from the NOVA Community Foundation and was a well-respected researcher in Community Foundation arena. She had an easy connection with George Mason, and so he engaged her to take this on, this time with an outside-in lens. It was conducted last year. We released it in early 2025, and since then, Bill Massey and I have had the honor of speaking with dozens of groups of all flavors and sizes across the peninsula to discuss the report and, most importantly, what's next. So you have a second one-page front and back summary in front of you, and it is a summary of the whole report. It really rolls up holistic data into a few major points I hope will be a good takeaway for you today. It also offers the links for the full report that lives on our website. And a final hard copy piece that you have is a list of the sources of the data you're going to see in the order of the slides I'm about to share. And in the full report on the website, you can find the robust list as well. So a few of the most salient points from this report. Next slide. So this is a glance both backwards and forwards. It looks at the actual growth and projected growth of those age 60 and older and those in the middle, age 18 to 59, since 1970. But it focuses on the growth since the year 2000. In that time, the population of those of us, I'll just say it, 60 plus has nearly doubled, while the growth of the rest of the adult population has stagnated. Next slide. This one shows that growth in a little more detail, and on the handout summary, this specific point is noted, but I'm gonna lift it up here. If you look at the net growth of those aged 30 to 60 over the next 25 years, it's 20%. For those 60 to 80 plus, the growth is 133%, and the overwhelming number of those will be over the age of 80. And I realize that for some areas across the community, that's not just an issue of those who live there now growing older. It's in migration too, and I know that's certainly a topic for you all here. Next slide. So it shows by municipality on the left, the blue bars show the actual number of residents 60 plus currently versus the anticipated growth of those 60 plus by 2050. On the right, the gold bars show the actual number of residents age 80 plus currently versus the anticipated growth of that number by 2050. This next one shows the neighborhoods across the peninsula that are going to have the largest concentration of residents over the age of 80 by 2050 versus the end of last year. So estimated 20 neighborhoods will have 10% or more of their residents age 80 plus, that's the dark blue, and 74 neighborhoods will have 5 to 10% of their population over the age of 80, and that's the medium blue shading. This one's just a transition slide. So what do these shifts and growth in our older population mean in terms of what's next for the whole community? This slide looks at the greater health care needs because of chronic health conditions and greater disability. Now, this isn't a light bulb moment, I know, since we're all mindful that with age comes increased likelihood of health challenges and mobility limitations. But for me, I guess this slide was just a challenging visual snapshot of what that increase is projected to look like and the support needs that are going to go along with that increase. So these two bar graphs offer a snapshot of the living situations and limitations of our older neighbors, but specifically from the perspective of the care that will be needed from someone else. And while family members are often turned to, this also points out that family is not and will not be an option for a number of our neighbors. And my husband and I are in that group. Next slide. So this speaks to two things. First, in the bulleted items on the left, that a majority of our older neighbors live in homes that were built before the year 2000, which, as you all know, likely means there's going to have to be some sort of substantive changes in order for them to accommodate long-term safety and accessibility. Second, it shows the current public transportation routes on the peninsula relative to the concentrations of our older neighbors. And I recognize that public transportation is a different consideration in the equation across peninsula communities and municipalities. But repeatedly in our discussions about this report, interestingly, the issue has been raised for our older neighbors. It isn't really so much about public transportation. It's simply about getting from place to place and options for doing that safely and affordably. And Bill and his team have some stats about that too that I think he'll share. Next. So there's a lot going on here, but I suspect the bottom line message in this slide is not news for those of you in municipality leadership either. The percentage of EMS calls that are from those age 60 plus and especially 80 plus relative to that group as a portion of the population. Relative to the size of their population, adults in their 60s place about twice as many calls for EMS service as individuals under age 50. Adults in their 80s are the largest consumers, about 48 calls for services per 100 individuals. These are national trends and they are all borne out locally too. And as we get older, our financial resources decline and our spending habits change, so we're pouring less money into the very economy as our needs grow and expenses associated with those needs grow too. Next. So what's ahead? Next slide. The health care and care support needs of our older neighbors means significant growth and opportunity in that arena, but of course then the question is whether we're going to have the workforce to support that need and opportunity, which then leads to the next slide. And that is the need for formal caregivers. Mr. Massey's going to speak to this more in his comments in a moment, but the need for caregivers and the unique needs they have because of the toll that that work takes on them. But this slide speaks rather starkly to just the projected unmet demand that's possible. And of course, this demand problem is affected from a couple of different directions. The potential decrease in the growth in the workforce population here projected for the near future at this point, but also then the unmet need for care that potential workforce members face themselves, either because they have young children or for their own older family members. And this is just more about the EMS side of the story. Again, sharing this is preaching to the choir since you all know firsthand how this plays out in real time for your neighbors and budget. But this slide shows the increases in the types of EMS assistance calls made over the last few years and specifically shows that lift assists have seen the sharpest increase. The final two slides return to the economics of the situation, and again, you're no stranger to these realities. As we age and spend less, our sales tax contribution goes down, affecting, of course, then the revenues of the very jurisdictions on whom we will be relying for more support. And this time, property tax. Again, you live in this in real time, but as more residents are likely to begin to qualify for means-tested tax relief that's helpful for them, that has real ramifications for the municipalities. And this final slide is simply a few high-level questions that the researchers suggested we consider as we navigate how to handle successfully serving an older peninsula moving forward. A lot of these have emerged in a lot of the discussions that we've had, and it's so clear to us There are a lot of compassionate, smart people all across this peninsula who are grappling every day with what to do next to take good care of our neighbors that are older now and as we move into the future. We just hope that perhaps this report, and as we look together to solutions, will be a place that when we ask, are we ready to serve those neighbors, the answer will be an unqualified yes. And we thank you for your leadership, and I'm pleased now to ask Mr. Massey to come forward.
I think the retirement I'm looking forward to is going to be with a little R also, and I want to thank you guys for including me on my farewell tour here as we talk today. I want to start seriously with a thank you to the Board of Supervisors for appointing Barbara Watson to the Peninsula Agency on Aging Board of Directors. She's a wonderful asset to our board. And Barb, don't forget 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, all right, just want to make sure you'll be there. I wanted to take a few minutes to just provide really, I think, a quick refresher about the work that the Peninsula Agency on Aging is doing in our community, and I'll give you a little background there. The research that Adia has shared with you is so important. It's the kind of thing that we, as a nonprofit, don't always have the resources to conduct. And it's wonderful of the foundation to provide this support for the work that we're doing. Right. This is for a bit of historical perspective. Some of you, I'm not going to point any fingers, Dr. McClellan, but you may recognize President Lyndon Johnson. And in 1965, as part of the Great Society Initiative, the Old Americans Act was passed. And at that point, it was very aspirational. I don't think there was any funding to support the good intentions articulated in the act. But shortly thereafter, in 1973, there were amendments to the Old Americans Act that created a national network of area agencies on aging to serve every locality in the United States. So only a year later, in 1974, a group of individuals here on the peninsula came together and formed the Peninsula Agency on Aging. So we've been working to serve older adults and family caregivers for 51 years, and we hope to do it for another 51, but I will not be at the helm for that next 51 years. This is a quick look at some of the services, the core services that are available through the Old Americans Act. Elder rights, and we know adult protective services is an area that we see a lot of need for additional financial support to enable adequate staffing to do the work that needs to be done. And that's something that I hope the General Assembly will give more attention to. Support for caregivers, and I'll share a few facts, some data with you in just a moment on that. Nutrition support, health and wellness, and supportive services like informational and referral and in-home services and so forth. And this is a quick look at kind of a comprehensive list of services that we are engaged in. Not everything is provided in every locality or every jurisdiction, but most of these services are. And one I want to mention is the Veteran-Directed Care Program. This is paid for through the Veterans Administration, and we operate, PAA operates under contract with Bay Aging, which has a national presence in this area, and it enables veterans who are nursing home eligible to receive services at home. They can even hire their own caregivers, and where it makes sense, they can hire family members, and sometimes that's the answer in these situations. But two things: number one, it helps the veteran and in many cases the family caregiver, but it also, the reimbursement for these services generates some discretionary income for PAA that we can use to backfill some of the service gaps in other areas. So it's really important that we seek these kinds of contracts so that we don't have to stand in front of the boards of supervisors and city councils and keep asking for more money. If we have ways to generate some income to help meet the service need in the area. We have some service gaps. We have a waiting list in some areas for Meals on Wheels, but not in the James City, Williamsburg area. And large part, that's because of the generosity of the Williamsburg Health Foundation. They've supported our work for many, many years. And I have to mention, at our board meeting tomorrow, Gene Zeidler is going to be, I'm confident, elected as our board chair. So we really have another strong Williamsburg, James City connection there. I'm going to get this down, okay? Great, thank you. This is just a quick look at the overall service levels in some of the key areas. In 2024, we provided 134,000 plus home delivered meals, almost 14,000 rides, and so forth. But that gives you a little perspective on how we use our resources. There we go. And these are some of the statistics for James City County specifically. It's not all of the services we provide, but I think it gives you a feel there. Also, I want to mention that we have a congregate dining program at Parkerview Senior Housing Apartments, and that is a co-sponsored operation. Bay Aging actually manages the day-to-day operation, but PAA and the James City County Board of Supervisors were key to that, getting the funding to build that facility and continue to maintain it. And affordable housing for 67 plus people is an important addition, I think, to the local inventory of support services. And we mentioned, Adelia mentioned caregivers and the important role that they play, family caregivers, unpaid caregivers, as well as those who are paid, and they're in short supply too. But these are some statistics provided by AARP about the 53 million individuals who are serving in caregiver roles in the United States. And I won't run down the list, but the number one there, 53% of caregivers work full time. If you work full time and you have another full time plus job at home, that you really, I think, would welcome. You're certainly in need of some support to help you continue in that role. This is specific to the impact on business of caregivers. Because of the impact that caregiving has on their lives, and it really takes away. You can't concentrate as well as you should on the job. Lost days of work and so forth. So it's another reason to invest in helping support caregivers to enable them to function in both of their roles. And here are some of the caregiver supports and services that we provide through the Peninsula Agency on Aging to be supportive of caregivers. And we're nearing the end. I promise to be brief. So this is the guide model is a new Medicare program, a CMS program. It's an 8-year demonstration, and the purpose is to provide non-clinical supportive services to caregivers who are providing care for family members who are living with dementia. And the Peninsula Agency on Aging and Bay Aging have partnered. We have a joint venture called Bay Health Solutions, and Bay Health Solutions is one of 8 guide participants in the state of Virginia, and we're the only community-based organization that was approved by CMS to serve in this role. And my message here is, if you know of anyone who is providing care for a family member who is living with dementia, you really should contact the Peninsula Agency on Aging and ask about the guide model and see what we could do to connect you with supported services. So it's going to grow. We're confident it's going to grow. As a matter of fact, I met this morning with some folks from Riverside who are promising, and I'm confident they'll deliver referrals from the hospitals to the guide program. And I'm told that when you get to the end of the presentation, folks are always thinking, okay, so what's the ask? I'm not here to ask any additional money from the James City County Board of Supervisors. If you have some, I've heard the investments, you have some you want to send our way, we welcome it, we'll make good use of it. But the Area Agency on Aging Network in Virginia is advocating for a budget amendment in the next session of the General Assembly to provide an additional $10 million for the whole network. Our share of the formula for PAA would be about $500,000, which would really help us do the additional work, some of the additional work that needs to be done. And if we could get a letter of support from the Board of Supervisors for that initiative, that would really be valuable. And Scott, I'll supply whatever you need for consideration there. And I was in a meeting recently, and the person made their point, and the folks in charge of the meeting said, "Okay, you got it," and they kept on talking. And it was and when you're in a good spot, it's a good time to end the presentation. And I'll do that now. Are there any questions, if that's appropriate?
Questions for Mr. Massey?
Bill, I think I've known you for the 41 years you've been
Yes,
the
sir.
director.
Yeah.
And I can say that one of the great things about having your hair turn white early is that you still look the same as you did back then. So
You're kind. Thank you.
But I really do appreciate the information you provided us today. I think we all understand the fact that the population is tilting toward an older demographic, and that in a lot of ways we don't always understand exactly what kind of services are going to be necessary. We sometimes assume it's only related to income, but it often is more related to age and isolation, the need to get people out and having opportunities to meet with other people, but to make sure that all the other things are wrapped around it as well. And so I thank you for all the work that you've done in that regard, and hope we'll be able to continue to work. And
I could just brief comment on that. We find that often individuals who have financial means don't know where to turn. They don't know where the services are. Once they're found and can be brought to bear, they can afford to pay for them. But we stand ready to assist with assessing the situation and connecting people with services too, regardless of who ultimately pays for the service. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next discussion is going to be childcare availability in James City County, and Barbara Watson.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be providing some information to you about childcare availability in James City County. Some of this information is in the packet that you received, and what I have done is extracted some of that information and just going to be hitting on the high points. Let's see. Childcare is very important to parents able to work outside of the home, or they may be students themselves. And in looking at and starting to do this research, I went into it thinking that we didn't have enough childcare. That's what I thought. But in doing the research, that is not what I found. Currently in James City County and Williamsburg, in James City, there are 13 childcare centers, 15 preschools, 2 family childcare homes, and 8 school-age only programs. So a total of 37 programs within the county. And then within the city, there's 16 childcare centers, 18 preschools, 4 childcare homes, and 11 school-age only programs, for a total of 49. Most of the centers and programs serve children from a month old to about 11 years old, and some a little bit beyond that. So again, there are lots of opportunities for childcare in both Williamsburg and James City County, but what I found is that many parents have some challenges. First of all, there's limited availability. Some programs only accept younger children, so say maybe infants and toddlers. Others only accept school-age children. So that's a challenge if you have children of different ages. You might have to take them to different locations. Enrollment and being at capacity is definitely an issue. For example, our before and after school program has programs at each of the elementary schools except for James River, because James River has the Boys and Girls Club. But all of them are at capacity, and 4 of them have a waiting list. And in talking with my childcare worker, she also has told me of different centers who only have space for certain ages, aren't accepting other children, and they do have wait lists also. Another problem or a challenge is the affordability. And we'll be looking at a chart in just a few minutes to look at the average price of childcare here in the community. And another concern or challenge is staffing shortages. The childcare centers have a hard time of keeping staff. And just last week, one of the childcare centers reached out to our staff and said they're not taking any more children of any age because they had just lost 2 staff people and they just don't have the capacity to take on more. Transportation is another challenge that many families have. If they don't have, are without a vehicle or they have limited transportation, finding childcare near your home or where you work can be a challenge. And then also, if you do have children of multiple ages and the center that you can afford can't take both, then that's the challenge of getting your children. Just anecdotally, it's probably been about 5 or 6 years ago that there was a young woman, and first I didn't realize what was going on, but she would get off of the bus on Long Hill Road. She'd walk up the hill to one of the daycare centers. And first she had the child in the stroller and she dropped them off, and then I would watch her walk back down the street and get back on the bus and go to work. And then she would be back in the afternoon. And literally like 4 years later, the child is now walking with her to and from this daycare center. And then of course didn't see them after that because at that time he would have been old enough to go to kindergarten. But it just, reinforced the fact that, parents have to do a lot to get their child to daycare. And that's what that mom had to do to be able to work and then get her child in care. Now let's look at cost. As you can see, this chart is broken down by the age of the child and then minimum, average, and the cost, maximum cost possibly for daycare during the week. And so you can see for infants, it ranges from $185 a week to $239. And then you can also see what it is for both toddlers and preschools. Now, this may not be the total cost. Many of the center, it depends on different additional fees that they might have, whether or not the center provides meals, supplies, extra activities, and so this would be kind of the average costs. And then again, some of the lower cost centers, they tend to stay at capacity, and so it's hard to get in, or they're age restricted. And then not all providers accept childcare subsidies or have programs where parents can get assistance with paying for childcare. And just to give an example of what it might be, and I'm using 2023 data from the United for Alice website. But for example, monthly childcare cost, say for one adult and then having a child, school-age child, would be about $404 a month. If you're one adult and you have a child in preschool, it's over $1,000. And if there are two adults, two children, one being an infant and one being a preschooler, then you're looking at over $2,000 a month. And so this is what working parents are experiencing and having to pay. In addition to, there are other expenses. There's the transportation cost and food and rent and those kinds of things. So many parents are challenged by having, being able to afford childcare. So as I mentioned at the beginning, I was thinking, again, I went into this as that there wasn't enough supply, but really it is the cost and whether or not parents can get their children to facilities. I was talking to Arlana about a week ago, and she says she knows someone who's expecting a child, and she's having to get on the waiting list before the baby's even born. And there's no guarantee that there'll be a space by that time. And so basically, those are the facts that I found, and I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Questions for Ms. Watson?
I was just going to say thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you said there was a caveat about the cost of daycare, because my son and daughter-in-law pay about $340 a week, and they supply everything. They both work outside the home. And it was funny, my daughter-in-law, there's been a lot of talk lately about the birth rate and the fact that the birth rate is going down, and they've attributed that to a lot of things. And my daughter-in-law said, it's the cost of childcare. I don't know how families are doing it, and then having two under 5 years old. And, I have to say that when you were telling your story about the mom that was going up the hill to, for bus transportation, where she then got to come back and wait at a bus stop with no bench, most likely, and no shelter. And that really irritates me. I know they're working on it, so I won't talk about it a lot, but I was curious about this because I know that a child care center near me that I think did take a lot of, they were a center that would take a lot of supplement, and they closed.
Yes.
And it's sitting empty. And so
Yes.
I was wondering what was happening. And you are exactly right. It is a year or longer to be on a wait list. And so that's worrisome to me. I also very much appreciate before and after school care that is provided for James City County Rec, but have been vocal from this dais about, is that the best way? Because I know we will close if the school is, we have to follow all those things. And what then do parents do? Because parents are still going to work, even on days that there are school holidays. And so it presents a problem, and then children are often perhaps at home, or if there's no family support here.
Well, I will say that Parks and Rec does have like an extended program, so they are open
Good.
on days when the kids are out of school.
Okay, good. I didn't realize that,
Yes.
so I'm glad to hear that. So, but it's a lot of pressure on families to have to navigate all of this, and I do very much appreciate the update. So, thank you.
I think when we see some of what you're presenting here, Ms. Watson, you can sort of sketch out in your own mind the nature of life for a young woman with a child, a preschool child, who is rushing to get their child to a daycare facility that may be located some distance away, maybe the best they could afford to enroll the student in, go to work, and immediately after work head out to pick up their child, and you sort of wonder, when does that person have time for themselves as well, and just to decompress from a day at work, and rushing to get their child home and fed and into bed. So it's really very, very challenging, and I think it certainly is a big part of the case that the cost of accommodating a need for childcare really may be a factor in explaining some of the decline in birth rate. But it is eye-opening to get these kinds of pieces of information, give us something to think about and try to address.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Watson. Appreciate it. Okay, our next discussion is General Services Internship Program. Grace Boone.
Good afternoon, board members, chairman. I'm excited to be here today to share how the General Services Department is partnering with local schools to develop the next generation of skilled trades professionals through the General Services Internship Program. As you know, across the country and right here in our community, the skilled trades are facing a critical shortage of workers, electricians, HVAC technicians, plumbers, and auto mechanics. These are not just jobs, they are essential services that keep our community running. Yet for a variety of reasons, fewer young people are pursuing these careers. Several years ago, General Services began asking an important question. How do we show young people that these careers are valuable, rewarding, and needed right here at home? That question led us to form partnerships and ultimately to create an internship program that not only teaches hands-on skills, but also connects students with career opportunities in their own community and with work that may count towards state licensure. To develop the program, we partnered with Williamsburg James City County Schools Department of College and Career Readiness and designed an 8-week summer internship for high school juniors and seniors who have expressed interest in the trades or who are already taking coursework with New Horizons Regional Education Center. Between June and August, the students step into what we call our trades wheel. Think of it like a rotation. They get hands-on experience in electrical, HVAC, plumbing, landscaping, automotive, custodial, stormwater, solid waste, and more. Each step of the way, they're learning under the supervision of a master tradesman or a supervisor. It's not just technical skills the students are working on. These students sit in operations meetings. They're learning how to communicate and collaborate as part of a team. They're learning about diagnosing and repairing equipment. They practice safety procedures, and they even gain confidence using tools and machinery. In other words, they're not just observers, they're part of the team. The benefit to the county is twofold. First, students gain exposure to public service and see firsthand how local government operates. Second, they carry that experience with them as ambassadors. They share their stories with friends, family, and classmates, and when jobs open up here at James City County, they're not just applying themselves, they're encouraging others to do the same. In this way, we're building a sustainable pipeline of future trades and public service professionals who live in James City County. This summer, it marked the very first year of General Services Internship Program. We welcomed 3 students, and I'm proud to share that 1 intern has been hired into a General Services position, and another will be participating in the interview process for a vacant General Services position. That is success in action, and it's only the beginning. General Services is committed to building on this program and continuing to invest in the future workforce of James City County. As we look ahead, we want to enrich the experience even further by weaving in more customer-focused skills and soft skills such as active listening, communication, problem solving, so our interns gain not only technical know-how, but also the professional skills to carry them into the future. Lastly, I'd like to say thank you to Ann Carnifax and Georgine Paisley and WJCC's career coach, Sherry Thrift, whose support was instrumental in getting this program up and running, and it's been a team effort from the start, and their partnership has been invaluable. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much for doing this. This is really, really one of my big pet peeves is kids in high school not being exposed to the trades and the money they can make when they graduate from high school. This is great. I'm really happy to hear this because I always go off on this, when I'm talking to people and they can make more money. They're going to make more money doing that than they are if they go to college, period. I mean, the facts show that. So I'm really excited. Thank you. And thanks, Grace.
You have a question for me? I won't necessarily endorse that last point about.
He taught Lyndon B. Johnson, apparently.
I'm just talking when they're younger.
But I did have a question about whether there's an opportunity to expand this beyond the summer, or maybe you've already done that. Is that something that is happening?
We haven't done that yet, but we are looking at expanding it beyond the summer. Because we started with high school kids, that was the limitation. We didn't want to interfere with their regular courses. So, but definitely something we're going to look into.
Yeah, I've encountered a number of students who've graduated, and as they're going through the summer, they really don't have anything that they're going on to. And this might be something that they could consider, especially since you're able to provide some pay for their participation in the program, and give them an opportunity to see the various needs that we have in terms of skilled crafts and trades in the community as well. Yeah, thank you. That's a great job.
I understand you had, 3 in the program this year? Are you looking to expand that number, or is this a function of the funding you have? What's the limitation on how big you could grow the program and how quickly?
It's really getting the students interested is really the challenge. It was not like a funding issue. Ann and Georgine, they attended a lot of school career fairs and things of that nature, made a lot of contacts, but it was really trying to get the kids more interested in the trades was what we found to be the largest challenge.
Maybe the success of some of them being hired at James City County will help.
That's what we're hoping.
Interest some of the younger folks in doing that, because it would be wonderful. Okay. Any other questions?
I would just say, I think the hook is the parents, because the parents of the kids who don't have something going on come September, that is not what they want to hear. Right. And so they want a plan. Right. What would we do without the Carnifaxes in James City County? That's my question of the day. But when I saw this, I just was delighted. Would I love to see more? Absolutely. But am I happy to see 3? Absolutely. Just because I'll try to balance. It's not for everybody, for your school, but there's also a lot to be said for somebody that does want to go do something, but they want to be able to support themselves in the meantime. They may not have the financial means to be able to go on and get a 4-year degree if that's what they want to do. And by learning a skill, it'll be a lifelong skill that they can take with them and help support them as they pursue, whether that's their career they pursue or whether they're trying to pursue something else. So I applaud you all for doing this. I hope other things will open up in the county as such. But I do think that, I think if you go get parents, you may get more than 3. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, members of the board, I do want to apologize. I had our chairman introduce Grace Boone.
Of course, I knew.
Not Grace Boone, we know that.
Yes.
But Joanna Ripley, our assistant director, did a great job, and I just want to make sure for those watching elsewhere that we've not cloned Grace into somebody else. So,
Joanna, I didn't want to ask you what you did with Grace, but that's it.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next is drone and speed zone cameras. Chief Jamison. Went through a school zone this morning, and I got to admit, everybody was orderly right at 25, so it's working.
Well, we hope so. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for your time today to talk briefly about our school zone enforcement, we call our school zone safety plan. I'll be speaking on that. Sergeant Tierra Suggs, who's here with me, will be talking about our drone first responder program. Do need to clarify something for the agenda. This is not drones carrying speed cameras to run radar, just so we're on the same page. Let me back up. I got it, I think. Maybe not. Quick. So as you see, this is some of our safety data. This was taken in testing from 2023 and 2024 with our vendors, the current vendor that we're using, Blue Line Solutions. And that number is correct. In our school zones that we are currently using this system, 37,892 vehicles were traveling 10 plus miles per hour over the speed limit. 68% of those were traveling 15 plus miles per hour over the speed limit. That is when the beacon lights are working, when the signs are posted, and our kids and families are coming to our schools. That's why this program was so important. These are numbers that are very, very high, and the purpose of this program is to reduce those numbers. I have numbers to where we are today. As you know, September 8th was our beginning phase of what we call our warning phase. We have to do a 30-day warning phase. That will go into October 8th. Starting October 8th is when the violations, your summons will be sent out. So we're currently sending out warnings. As of today, we have 3,985 warnings processed, which means they went to the vendor, they verified the information, it came back to our officers, they looked at it, verified it as well, and sent it back to the vendor to send out to the individuals who are driving those vehicles.
What was that number? Okay.
That's 3,985 warnings currently that have been sent out in a 2-week, 10 days time span, Monday through Friday during the school zone hours in our 7 schools. We currently have 2,133 still pending that our officers have to go through, or our vendors from that 10-day period. So these are 7 school zones in James City County. That is still, it's not 37,000, but those are still a lot of people speeding. It does tell me that some of our education efforts have worked because it does appear to not be the same numbers as what they showed before, but it's still concerning for our community, and something that I want to make sure everybody understands is if the school zone speed is 25 and you're going 35, that is a violation. So it's 10 miles per hour and up. It's not anything over 10. So I think there's some confusion. We've gotten questions about that. So I want to make sure people understand that. Next slide. So you can see here the schools that we're currently using this system in. We don't have any plans right now to expand that. We may, once the system is up and running and we get all the kinks out of it. The number one violation, highest violation that we see, unfortunately, is Norge Elementary. That's where we see a number of violations. In the speed study they did, they had 15,000 violations in 1 week, just at Norge. So I'm here to explain to you, but also ask our community, we need to really obey these signs, slow down. It's a brief period of time when you're going through a school zone. I know we're all trying to get somewhere, but please slow down as you're moving through these school zones. Next one. This is just some information that we put out, information via our website. If you go to the James City County website, under departments and under police, there's a page there for automated speed enforcement. It explains everything about the program, how it works, who you can call, our vendors. Anytime you get a summons in the mail, hopefully no one here in this room does, there'll be a phone number on there that you can call and ask questions as well. Something that we've seen that questions have come up that I wanted to make sure you all understand, including our community. There will be video cameras facing the beacon lights that once we get the violation sent to us, that video will show the beacon lights working. There's another video of the car coming into the school zone, and then 7 different photos to choose from that shows us the tag number, the owner of that vehicle. So a lot of questions have come up. Well, how do they know if the beacons are working? If the video shows the beacon's not working, then that's not a valid summons, and that won't be sent out. If we do have issues in our school zones and the lights aren't working, we will quickly put in a work order for that, but let the vendor know during that day, depending on which direction it is, there are no violations in that school zone until we can get that fixed, because that's a question that's come up. Again, the warning phase began September 8th. It will end October 8th when the enforcement phase begins. And there's still some work going on some of the beacon lights that needed to be updated. I think one's at Lafayette. That is current under state code, but VDOT and our vendor are updating those to make it bigger and easily seen by our community driving through that area. I think that's all I have for this part. Can I answer any questions about that before I turn it over to Sergeant Suggs?
Yeah, I had forwarded to Mr. Stevens a concern about one of the beacon lights at Clarabird Baker. I think y'all were gonna look into it, and has that been fixed?
We're working with our vendor and VDOT on that. Our officers went out and looked at exiting the shopping center. There's no way to know if the beacon lights are working. And there is possibility, I'd say a very small possibility, that someone could pull out and have to accelerate above the posted speed limit. So we're working with our vendors and VDOT on to put signage up there to let people know of the times and when to be aware of the speed, the school zone.
Okay, and this isn't, I apologize, because this isn't really this really isn't school speed zone, but it's on a road near a school, which is Jamestown High School. There's the road that goes between Route 5 and Monticello, which has been unmarked for years with speeding, which in Virginia, I believe most is 55. 55 miles an hour is the speed limit, but it just never had a speed on it. Well, then, lo and behold, right before school starts, 2 speed signs go up that state 55 and 45, of which people were like, whoa, oh my gosh, that's outrageous. It's right across from a school. I, in turn, go to Scott and say, I know it's been 55. Why VDOT put it out, didn't say anything. Then I think it was actually James City County Police that suggested that a speed sign go up so that people were aware of the speed. So I just want to publicly talk about the fact that it has been 55. It has not changed from 55. It's always been that way. It's just been a road that for whatever reason VDOT did not put a speed sign on. And I guess you all, for safety reasons, wanted to make sure that it had a speed sign on it.
Yeah, that's the first I'm hearing on that aspect of it. But yes, VDOT, as you know, everybody knows VDOT controls the speed limit signs.
Correct.
And if it's been lacking for some time and our officers recognize that, I would expect them to reach out and work with VDOT to put those up.
Okay.
Ultimately, we all know, and it comes down to this, it's personal responsibility when you're driving to understand the speed limits if you're in a school zone, to please slow down. That's all we're asking. I think we have a very high accident rate here in James City County. I think in 2024, we had over 900 accidents. A lot of that is due to speed. A lot of that's due to driver inattention. I was just talking to someone earlier that talked about going down Interstate 64 and someone's behind them on their phone at 70 miles an hour. And they're trying to figure out how to get out and get away from this individual, because if they have to stop, they're going to come in behind them because they're not paying attention. So our community has to really take responsibility for their actions, slow down. If they don't understand something, we want them to reach out to you, to us, so we can fix it or correct it or answer any questions they may have. But if that's something they worked on, but yeah, that is correct what you're saying about the speed in that area.
Thank you.
Yep.
I drove down to Walmart this morning for their anniversary. A bunch of us did, and going right by James River Elementary. It was 25 miles an hour. I was so excited. I mean, it works. Well, it works if the first car goes. But it works.
The first car.
So I was happy to see that. But, I'm going to put a note on next door about Tawano.
Yeah, that's.
Just say, be aware, be aware, be aware. October 8th, you're going to get a ticket.
I mean, it's clearly posted. You've all seen
Yes.
these signs
Oh,
out
I
there. They're
know.
big. They're not beautiful, but they're big.
Oh, yeah, they're big.
You can see them, and what it really comes down to is just understanding where you are on the road, and where you're headed, and looking out for our kids and our families going to school and leaving school. That's the biggest concern we have. They do see a significant reduction in other jurisdictions that have done this in school zones, so we'll be able to have that probably in the early spring timeframe to give you an idea of how big the reduction has been. That's our hope. That's our goal.
Thank you, Chief.
Anything else? All right, Sergeant Stubbs.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the police department's specialized response team started flying tactical drone missions in the fall of 2021. The team currently has 8 pilots and operates 7 different types of drones, and each of those pilots has a Part 107 small and unmanned air certificate from the FAA. In 2023, we were approached by Virginia Commonwealth University and Duke University to participate in a research project to test the feasibility of delivering AEDs using drones. And the first step of that process was to develop a drone as first responder program. The drone as first responder program essentially says that a drone will act as the first responder. The intent is to get the drone on scene as soon as the call is dispatched to provide an overhead view of the call for service before officers arrive on scene. A consultant was hired as part of this project by Duke University to help us with some of the FAA compliance. And we launched our first drone as part of the DFR program on April 18th, 2025. So why DFR? A faster response. So far, the average response time to calls for service for the drone has been less than 3 minutes on scene. Improved safety. These drones provide a bird's eye view of situations, allowing the responders to have a more complete picture of the scene that they're walking into. And increased efficiency. Early pictures of the scene can allow for better determination of the resources that may be needed. Additional resources can be discontinued in that case and sent to other calls for service if it's determined ahead of time that they're not needed. So this video here is not a DFR video, but does illustrate the helpfulness of drones. This was a critically missing adult in the area of Busch Gardens. Several years ago, the drone was able to search and clear an extensive part of the last known location of that individual much faster and much more efficiently than humans would be able to do on foot. We did not completely negate the need for those on foot, but we were ultimately able to search several miles of area without having to try to send officers or fire department personnel into the wood line to try and search with the naked eye. Our partnership with Busch Gardens allowed us to have this happen. We actually flew from inside of the park. This is just the drone returning to where it was launched from, inside of the park, to be able to clear that vast area as well. We cleared the entirety of Busch Gardens without having to send anyone inside the park. We cleared that with the drone. Some of the notable information, we've had 19 successful calls for service for the drone. This includes both police and fire calls. 2 of those calls were fire, the rest were police. Of these calls, the drone has beat patrol to every call except for 1. And again, the average response time for the drone has been less than 3 minutes. So there are some state laws restricting the public safety use, which does restrict when we can fly drones. Part of that code specifically states that the law enforcement can fly a drone when an unmanned aircraft system is determined to be necessary to alleviate an immediate danger to any person, which is the piece that we use most likely for our DFR. These are larger calls for service, more high-risk calls for service, which provide that extra layer of security for the officers on scene. So AED delivery is our next step. We have successfully completed several flights beginning in April. AED delivery is our next step. That process should hopefully start by the end of the year. We have already started working on the purchasing process to purchase that next piece of equipment to make that the next step. These applications where we are specifically at Law Enforcement Center, which is where we're currently flying from, are in close proximity to neighborhoods like Colonial Heritage and other places that may require fast and immediate response. While we have not beat the fire department to any calls for service just yet, speaks very highly to them, but also our collaboration on this project. This does not work without them. The delivery of the AED to neighborhoods like Colonial Heritage, which are a little harder to reach, will greatly help that area and that community particularly, and we hope to expand that to other areas around the county in the coming years.
Questions?
Very informative.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief. Okay, our next discussion is Community Land Trust Feasibility of Vaughn Poller. I did get it Vaughn right this time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I stand before you this afternoon to continue the discussion of our feasibility study of Community Land Trust. You may recall that I presented before you in June, and you all had some additional questions and wanted some additional information. I'm happy to announce that with us this afternoon is Heather Benham, our consultant from Burlington Associates. Heather's going to go through a presentation that will respond to the questions that you have and go into some more detail. And then Tammy Rosario, the Assistant Director of Community Development, will come into a conclusion and talk about some of our next steps. Ms. Benham.
Thank you all for having me. As Vaughn said, I'm Heather Benham, and I'm with Burlington Associates. But prior to being with Burlington Associates, I was with the Athens Land Trust, which is Community Land Trust in Athens, Georgia, for 21 years. I've been fortunate to join Burlington Associates. They're kind of the, trying to think of a flattering way to say, they're the folks that have been doing it the longest. How's that? How's that? Three of the guys that I work with now they're in their 5th decade of working with Community Land Trust, and then myself and 2 others, we're in our 2nd decade. Anyway, thanks for having me, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we've been doing. There we go. Okay, so in December, you all signed a contract with Burlington Associates. You should put out an ad interested in receiving some help around the feasibility of a community land trust for James City County. And what have we been doing since then? We've been having meetings. And the point of the meetings was to meet with a technical advisory board made up of Tammy Rosario, Vaughn Poller, Marion Payne, Keith Denny, and Citizen Rep Kim Orthner. So we've been meeting regularly, and then we've been having check-ins with the Housing Rehab Board, which adds in Dr. John McGlennon, Assistant County Administrator Jason Purse, and Director of Social Services Barbara Watson, as well as housing staff Mike Padgett and Tierra Murphy. And then we had 3 stakeholder meetings in person in March to meet with. One was a group of potential homeowners, one was potential developers, and one was potential partners like institutions and funders. And the feedback from all those and these meetings is what we use to create this feasibility study. And I guess what I'll say is, spoiler alert, it sounds like it's feasible here. But we'll go into why. So this concept, what are community land trusts? Where did this come from? So it started in the US in the late 1960s, and over the past, I would say 15 years, it's kind of exploded. It's growing rapidly, and you can see the map. There's over 350, and there'll be more. There'll be over 400 probably by the end of the year. Why? Why is it growing? It's because a lot of local governments are looking to this tool to protect the investment they've been putting in affordable housing. So this is a way to protect the subsidies, the investment, whichever way you come at it, but the money that's going into making these homes affordable, this is a way to protect it. And to figure out if it's feasible here, some of the things that we're looking at is what's going on in Virginia right now. Some of the good things that are going on is that Virginia Housing seems to have really bought into the concept. So they have a non-competitive funding that they've been giving out to Community Land Trust. This year, the 5 existing community land trusts in the state each got $800,000. Those aren't federal funds. Those are revenue generated through the Virginia housing, so it's something that's available no matter what's going on at the federal level. They also have a mortgage product that's specifically set aside for CLT buyers. The other thing that's going on is a lot of these organizations, their proffers are happening in Virginia, and that's creating a stream of units that are available to put into these land trusts. And then another advantage is that one of these existing community land trusts in the state has a parent organization. It's a nonprofit that works statewide doing affordable housing. So you would have the potential for a partner that understands community land trust and is already doing this type of work. And I should say, as I'm going, if you have questions, just stop me and ask, because I want to make sure I'm trying to answer everything that you brought up in the past meetings, and I just want to make sure I cover everything. So other things that are going on in Virginia, which are really helpful, is that it's already codified. Community land trust is defined in your statute, and it defines it and designates it as a community housing development organization, which is a special designation that gives you advantages. And anyway, you're put in a better situation to go after federal funds. You're preferred. The definition would allow for the Board of Supervisors, for you all to appoint up to 1/3 of the board. And it already has laid out in statute how tax assessors are meant to assess community land trust homeowners at their resale restricted value. So it's a fair taxation. Another thing I think it's good is it gives you the flexibility in the code to serve families up to 120%. If at some point you decide to do that, it's already codified, so you're covered. Oops. All right. These existing CLTs, I think somebody had asked kind of what's out there now, who's already doing this. So there's 5, 1, 2, 3, yeah, there's 5 existing in the state. The one in Charlottesville is the one that's been around the longest. And as you'll see, several of these are fairly new. But one of the things I found interesting as I was talking to these organizations is that over the next 2 years, all of them are expected to over double the number of units they have in trust. So I think because of the environment that's so friendly to CLTs in the state, they're all starting to do well. The other piece that's helping is that most of these are receiving proffers into their programs, and the local governments that they're working with are requiring that those proffered units be permanently affordable. And then the other thing is that several of these have a housing trust fund that serves their area, and those housing trust funds are prioritizing permanent affordability. So all those things are lined up to where these are starting to do well. All right, so if we were gonna get there here, what would need to be done? Well, first, the good thing is you would keep doing what you're already doing. You already have staff that know how to do housing development. So they would continue to do that. They would continue to do what they do well. What would change is when those units are developed and you're selling them to income eligible households, rather than use the deed restrictions that you've been historically using that only last for a period of time, you would use a ground lease that would last 99 years. And that's going to create that permanent affordability. And then you use the resale formula to make sure that it's affordable to the next family. And I think some folks had asked about what does that look like? What's this resale look like? So let me first say I'm using this kind of a general resale formula. If you choose to go forward, one of the things that we would do is look at the existing conditions in your market and craft a resale formula that matches what your need is and what you're trying to accomplish. But round numbers to make it easy. So say Vaughn and team build an affordable home, and you've got an income eligible family that's gonna buy it, an appraisal would be done, and it's appraised at $350,000. Then you gotta take into account the subsidies that you've pulled together to make it affordable to a family below 80% of the area median income. And so that gets the original purchase price for this first family down to $200,000. That family lives there for 10 years. They have stable housing, they have affordable housing, and they're able to improve their circumstances. And 10 years later, they've built up some savings, whatever they've done to improve their circumstances, they say, we're ready to sell. So they come back, and then there would be an appraisal done in 10 years. And this is the one that always gets me. So in 10 years, if you have home prices increasing at 5% annually, which is a pretty conservative estimate, that same house that was appraised at $350,000 is going to be valued at $550,000. And every time I see those numbers, it just kind of hits me, and it's a reminder of why we have the affordability issues that we have. So anyway, I just want to explain, because I always think that sounds so big. So anyway, they decide to sell, it gets it appraised. What you do is you subtract the $350 that it was originally valued at from the $550 that it's now valued at. And that creates how much equity has grown in this house. So it's $200,000. And for just example purposes, we're using a 25% appraisal formula here. So the equity that the homeowner is going to receive is $50,000. They're getting 25% of how much that's gone up in value. And then you got to take into account that over those 10 years of living there, they've been paying down the principal on their mortgage. So after 10 years with a home price of $200,000, 6.5% interest, that means they've paid down around $30,000. So this first family would be able to walk away with $80,000 that they could take out to the market and buy a home with no restrictions. And that's what about 70% of CLT homeowners do. They use this opportunity to build up and get into the market and then move on. Is that making sense? Okay, good. So then, how does this home stay affordable to the next family that's buying it? So you take that original sales price of $200,000, you add that $50,000 of equity that they were able to receive in that difference, that 25% of the increase in value, and then you sell that home to the second buyer at $250,000. Hmm? All right, one of the things I want to mention, so they're getting that 25% of the equity. That other 75%, where does that go? So I think a lot of times people think, because we're trained to with real estate, it's a way to, it's kind of a piggy bank, right? You're getting money out of it. But that 75% of the equity is what stays in the home to keep it affordable for the next family. So you're making this one-time permanent investment into these units, and then you're creating a portfolio of units that will serve family after family. So over time, whereas I think you had 300 homes that were developed not that long ago, and they have deed restrictions. And so they're going to serve the 300 families that originally bought them. If those same homes had been put into a CLT, after 10 years, you would serve 450 families. So over time, you start to serve more and more families with this portfolio.
Go back one slide.
Maybe. This way.
All right. So the other 30,000 that we're not talking about in there that we just gave 80, and now we're only doing 50 on the next one. So we lost 30.
That 30 is the 30 that they paid down on their original mortgage.
Right, but that's taking effect that we built the house. So where are we gaining any money to pay off that initial cost? Not every time it sells, but pay back the community that initial cost of building that structure first.
That's what I would say is you're gaining that back in the tax revenue and the stability and the opportunity for your citizens. It's not you're not gonna get cash back out of these deals. It stays in the unit and serves, because right now, you do that one time and then that walks away and disappears. Now you're investing in it and it would stay in the unit so that it serves household after household after household. So it becomes a community asset. So, am I
To a certain extent.
talking around it?
Yeah, there's,
There is no, and that's part of what this, I guess the idea is that you're making this one-time permanent investment. And I guess the comparison is if you don't do it that way and you do a deed restriction that expires.
right, now I don't mind doing it this way, and I like the concept, but I also like the fact I'm always in the mindset of there should be a repay back to the county for the investment it's made. Not necessarily on the thing. It may be over a 40 or 50-year period. You know, maybe out of this 80, the county gets back 10,000. And then the next sale, depending on how long they keep it, maybe they get another 10. And over time, it'll take a long time to get that back, but at least we're in the game with them. And, you know, I'm always looking at that value of what we put in, which, you know, we want to do this to help, but we shouldn't be totally out of the gaining any profit in the picture.
So, but, so if I can just ask Ms. Benham, would it be the case then that if we're thinking about the equity that the county is getting out, or the trust is getting out of this property, is then, you know, you could, if you wanted to, repay some of that to the county for the initial investment, but the expectation is that by creating this trust, you're increasing the amount of revenue that you can devote to this kind of program.
Right.
Is that right? Does that make sense, Michael?
You can, wait a minute, go back on it.
So remember,
You grow your program.
Yeah, but you're still losing money. I mean, not losing money, I shouldn't say.
oh, you're
but-
getting your share of, well, the trust is getting the share of the equity, of the appreciation of the home. Okay, it's getting the majority of the appreciation.
Right, but that's.
And it could be the case, I assume, that in the community land trust, part of, if you wanted to structure it this way, you could say that, you know, $10,000 of that appreciation would come back to the county, or whatever share comes back for the initial investment. But if your preference is to sort of see the program itself grow, you're then going to be, you know, you've made a one-time investment, and the equity's going into maintaining and expanding the program.
Well,
Yeah, but you won't have any, that money won't be there because you're
That's
not
right.
gonna sell that at 550. You're gonna
right.
sell that at 200. So that's kind of fake money.
That's right. You got it. That's what I was trying to get to.
Right.
Thank you.
So there's no, I'm looking for real money to grow the thing and go, you know, even if it's a little, I can do something better with a little than nothing at all.
So my question, are the payments plus 10 years of paying down the principal? So those payments are being paid back to them?
It's just like any of us, you know.
No, but I mean, those payments would go to the trust?
No.
No?
No. So, you know, when you buy your home and you live there and you're paying down on your
Yeah,
mortgage,
I understand that.
then when you're ready to sell, what you've paid down is kind of some of your profits. Like you've been saving on your to yourself. You've been, right? It's like kind of an investment in yourself. And so they've been doing the same thing.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind that, but
Yes, I know. I get what you're saying.
I'm still missing, I originally paid the
Made an
whole
investment?
fund
Yeah.
and made
Right.
that investment. And they're walking away, which is fine. I don't mind them walking away with X amount of, but how do I get a little piece of that pie in order to start paying back my investment?
I guess one way that I would think about it is if you do it the other way, you know, with the deed restrictions, and say with the deed restriction, you try to get some of that money back.
Right.
what happens is that, say you're getting back $20,000 or something, over time, the value of that money is less and less and less. And actually, you're better off with the unit being permanently affordable because that has more value because you can't replace that. You can't use that $20,000 to replace it, right?
Right.
And so I think you're trying to trade out what your asset is and what your payback is. And I think the bigger payback over time is having this portfolio of properties that are available to help citizens in your community get onto that on-ramp to be able to have a realization of some amount of money that gets them into the traditional market. Because right now what happens is if you're renting, it's very difficult to jump straight into homeownership. And so this is that thing in between that gives people a chance to build up and then step out.
I think it's a good program, and it's a step up.
Yes.
And you know, and the county's not necessarily on building that house, putting all the money into it. There's grants and all that.
That's a
But,
big piece of it. That's right.
You know, through that process, we're paying for people and everything else, and we're probably putting in a matching of some sort. So that would be the one component, not pay me everything back, but, you know, so that I can take that money and not put it in the county coffer, but put it towards the next project we're gonna do. So I'm looking as also getting a little bit back to roll into another home that we put in this portfolio.
One thing I would point out is that we could work something within the resale formula where, as Heather's example is, you were at 250 in the next sale. You could take some of that money from that sale and repay the county. But what matters is where are you going to serve that family on the AMI? So right now we're saying 80% below. What we could do in that second sale is go down to 60% or go down to 40%. So serve even harder to house people. But we couldn't do that if we started taking equity out of the deal. Just something to keep in mind about the balance.
Well, right, and I understand that, but if we take equity out and then add it to the programs we're doing, then we're spreading it out. Instead of serving one family, we have the possibility of serving over time more and doing more for the community. So I'm trying to make it so that our wheel is still rolling and it doesn't stop with this, but it also, we make a little bit on it and we put it into the next thing or the next funding or the next grant and try to spend that.
And I think if you decide to move forward and we start getting into the mechanics of exactly how yours is going to be structured, there might be opportunity for us to weigh out the right kind of formula that gets at what you're trying to accomplish. And we'll have to, compare it to what the outcomes are and what the grant restrictions are and all those things. But I think there'll be opportunity to, and that's one of the nice things about Community Land Trust is they are customizable. So depending on what your community is trying to accomplish, there are ways to tweak it to match the need.
I'm always looking at how can I make an extra dollar on something? Can't fault me for that.
No, not at all. Okay, let's go. So on this feasibility analysis, what we were looking at is kind of who your target audience is, and currently it's been folks below 80% of AMI, what the capacity needs would be for the organization to be able to administer this type of program, the stakeholder feedback that we've received, the stewardship functions that are critical to making this work, and then we created financial projections for the organization so that we could assess how feasible this is over the long term, like how sustainable. And that's what you look kind of everywhere. At any kind of time you're trying to set up one of these organizations, these are the things you're looking at. The added factors here that I felt like are important and for me are exciting is that your local government has capacity. They know what they're doing. They already do these things. It's not somebody who's never done housing before. And your stakeholders and partners are interested. There's also the opportunity for proffered units, and that's huge. And then you've got this favorable state environment that's already supporting community land trusts. So those things, to me, put you in a good position. The other thing that I didn't mention with the other CLTs, there is a community land trust that's just across state lines in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, that's been around since 1999. And it's the one that I think about often when I'm thinking about you all, because it was set up in partnership with local government. And because it had that partnership from the beginning, it was able to get, after 8 years, they had 100 units in the trust. And now they're at 26 years, 25 years. They've got 400 units in the trust and another 400 units in the pipeline. And so I could see how you all will have the potential to kind of replicate what they've done, and they've done it well. So anyway, it's just something, if you decide you want to look at somewhere that I think is where you could go, I think that's where you could go.
They must be making some kind of little profit in
It has to be in there somewhere. Why don't you do it?
You can look at it. Yes. The other thing that I would say, I guess, when you're thinking about this profit thing is, what I find is once you have one of these in place and it's got capacity, opportunities start to present themselves. And so I think that what you'll find is over time you start to grow faster than what you would anticipate because you've got this structure in place. So for the assumptions for the feasibility study, we assumed that it would start out as a function of local government. Because you've got staff with capacity, it's an easier way to get it off the ground. It's less expensive. The units that we looked at in the feasibility plan are the units that are already in your pipeline. I'm not making up that I think you can do this huge number of units. It's things that you're already going to do. The CLT would be a member-based organization, which means that community members are paying dues to be a part of this thing. And then it would have a tripartite board structure, which most community land trusts do, which a third of the board would be made up of community land trust homeowners, people that are leasing their land from the organization. A third would be general public, and another third would be appointed by you all. The highlights from that pro forma. So one, because I ran one of these, I tend to be conservative in I don't want to put someone in a spot of having to do some magical thing. So being conservative, it's still, with the units that are in your pipeline, what you're already doing, it starts to work pretty quickly. So for an investment of about $230,000 over 7 years, you would have this tool that would permanently steward and protect your investment in affordable housing. And then over time, what you start to see is that you're serving multiple households with the same unit. So you start to really increase your numbers and your capacity. That 230,000, I think that's kind of worst case scenario. Like I said, I think once you get this set up, you're gonna have funders, because I didn't put much funding in there from outside, and other partners with proffered units that start to increase your revenue streams. So I guess in conclusion, it's like, yes, it's feasible. Not only is it feasible, I think it's actually well suited because of the capacity that you have, because you have units in the pipeline that you're going to do no matter if you have this or not. It creates that permanent affordability, and it's protecting your investment. And for a fairly modest investment, you'll start to have high impact. So that's my takeaway. Tammy?
Thank you. As Vaughn noted earlier, our main goal for today's discussion is to gauge the board's interest in having us move into phase 2 of this process to do the real work of setting up the CLT. If so, we would work in earnest with the consultants on items such as drafting incorporation documents and drafting the ground lease and policies, items that we were discussing earlier that really get into the nitty-gritty of what the formulas might look like. And we'll be back to you for any items that might need approvals from the Board of Supervisors, such as appointments, agreements, or applications. And with that, Heather, Vaughn, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Question one, the startup, I think I've read it right. The startup cost is 230 to get it up and running and get everything in place. We're looking at roughly 230,000. Okay.
Yeah, Heather, talk more to those details.
Sure. I think that's kind of worst case scenario.
Okay.
That's without other funders stepping in. That's without proffered units coming online. So yes, it could be that. It could be less.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I've been looking ever since I was on the board of how we can own something, but give somebody a step up. And then when they move on to something, and my thought was is divide the mortgage up, principal and interest, and put interest in one bank account, principal in the other. The principal pays for the structure. And then when the person moves to the next thing, you've collected that interest, and that interest goes to that person through the county and allows them to go, okay, I'm moving over to this neighborhood. And that's a down payment that the county then would transfer over to their bank and give them the ability to buy us another house. And then we still own this house and continue on. So this is the closest thing I've been able to find to what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And, in the other scenario, we've still got principal paying down the house, and then later have principal after it's paid down. So we still have that principal continuing to be paid to do more structures and to build our portfolio. This, I like it. I think it gives us, because the others, I don't know if we can do it state law, and that's why if we can do all that. But this gets us closer to that, and I was just looking for a way to gain some more revenue to kind of expand the program. And maybe as it goes on, there's other different ways that I don't see at this time, but I'm always trying to figure, if we can build 10, then, is there a way to make enough money off those to build 10 more later and kind of, and then my other thing is that I would, and it might be a state law or something that won't allow it, but for the working class in James City County, I hate to put this out and then people start moving here from other jurisdictions and our people don't get a chance, and we're like, I'd really want it to be for our community.
So that's all things that if we get into actually setting it up, that we can work into your resident selection criteria, where you're prioritizing either folks that currently live in or work in the county. So there are ways to get what you're getting at.
And I know some people would say, well, when they move in the house, they'll be in the community. Well, of course they will. That's just stupid. Everybody would know that. But, I'm looking at our teachers and that sort of thing that are working here and getting them in a spot. Our police, our fire, all the people, our ground maintenance, everybody that's out there working for us, get them in there and start, not necessarily working for James City County, but working for us as a community.
Yeah, and there's a way to do that.
Community-based.
There's a way to prioritize.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'd agree with Michael. Given where we are currently, I think that this is a real opportunity for us to move forward and see how far it goes. I'm always curious about. We have a proffer that when we amended the master plan out at Stonehouse, provides some funding for affordable housing, and so that may be a source of some of the revenue that we would need to get started with some of this. And I think that the inclination is, or the expectation is, that we're really looking at a neighborhood in development as the initial offering here.
That's correct. The board approved our development off of Clark Lane last year, and we're moving forward with that. So that'll be 47 units once they come out of the ground, that if we have a CLT, we can place those units. Our intent is that we would place all those units into the CLT. So we have that instant preservation of all of that investment.
And I would just add that I think that is driving a bit of our timeline. We're looking to have the first 8 units in the second half of FY27. So we'd like to have the CLT, if we're going to continue pursuing one, in place to receive those units and kickstart the CLT's portfolio.
All right.
Any other questions?
So the consensus of the board is to have them continue pressing on.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now down to the perennial Brad Reinheimer Government Center update.
Monthly thing.
You've been here before.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Kinsman. It's actually been a while since I've been here for this, since you didn't have a board meeting in August. We've had a couple of months of work that's gone on, so I actually do have quite a few things to kind of talk to. You know, probably the biggest thing that has transpired is they completed the design drawings. They delivered those to us, and then our working group, along with our general services staff, went through those 156 pages, and we had probably 50 or 60, I think was the number, more than that. Questions, changes, slight alterations, why isn't this here, why isn't that there? There was a lot of that back and forth, which is going to cause a lot of good, very, I think, positive change in the design once they get into that construction document phase. But that's gone very well. We did make some minor changes also to the boardroom, which I'll be happy to share with you all. Nothing major, just some minor changes that we made to help with flow in that space. We did go through that value engineering process, and we were able to save a good amount of money, some of which was exterior, which when they actually did the renderings, the group was kind of like, we don't really like that. So we kind of went back to some of what was on the schematic design for some of those drawings, but it still keeps, I think, what the board was looking for as far as a James City County feel to the building. A lot of work with stormwater. No offense to any of my stormwater folks. Not something I ever really cared to learn a lot about, but I've learned a lot about stormwater. The offsite road improvements with those roundabouts have certainly played into all this with the amount of stormwater that's going to be coming off those roadways. Had meetings with our risk management folks here in the county to kind of go over the design drawings and talk about any risk issues or safety hazards, things like that. So we've done that. We've had meetings now focusing on our outdoor space. We had the landscape architect and some of our folks from general services and other staff members participate in those discussions, trying to create a really nice, usable place you're happy to be in type of outdoor space. And I know I've told you all this. I had several different internal working groups, and Liz Parman chaired the outdoor space work group, did a great job getting feedback from employees, and we're incorporating a lot of that into what we're hopefully going to see in some of those outdoor spaces. Did have a meeting with Dominion Power. I know we talked about this before a little bit. Dominion Power does do a program where they do install solar, rooftop solar. They've actually given us the numbers for that. I'm not ready to come to you all and ask for your approval or not, because we're waiting for the structural engineers to kind of give us the answer of whether it's going to cost anything to reinforce the roof or anything before we put those up on top of the roof. But the initial projections from Dominion is over the 25 years, we would save about $650,000 in energy costs if we went with the solar panels on the roof. So be thinking about that. You know, they pay for it all. They pay for all the installation, any maintenance, any issues that are created by it. They cover all those costs. They're not drilling holes through our roof to support these panels. They're kind of, think of them on sort of a sled with kind of a concrete block of something on there to hold them down, so they're not penetrating through our roof everywhere they're putting those solar panels. So be thinking about that. At some point I'll be coming to you for a decision on whether you want to move forward with that or not. As you know, we held the 2 public information sessions in August. The first one was pretty well attended. We had 35 people or so attend that one. Some good discussion. The second one, we only had a very small number of folks that came out. We had 5, but a couple people were just walking through Newtown and wanted to look in the building, so we let them come in.
So just to put a pin on this, we had really good or a better attendance at the afternoon session.
Yes, sir. The 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock meeting is when we had the 35 folks. The 6 o'clock meeting is when we only had
Like coming out
initially
late.
one person that came out. Some of the main things that came from those public information sessions, some of the concerns, obviously traffic. That's been a big topic. A lot of people have talked about that. Several residents from the Muse came and spoke about traffic, their concerns about getting in and out of their community. So Mr. Stevens and Mr. Holt and I attended the Muse Homeowners Association meeting, and they actually had probably 40 or so people that came out. And Paul did a great job of answering a lot of their traffic questions. We do feel that there certainly will be impacted, but we do feel those traffic circles will help alleviate much of that concern for them. That's certainly our hope with that. Gave another presentation to the Crown Colony Club. We're at Ford's Colony in September. Ms. Larson held her town hall, and that was certainly just one of the topics, but probably the most discussed topic at that meeting as well. We continue with our interior design meetings. I don't know if you all saw the interior designs where the workstations were. We're looking at kind of redoing the ceiling, the area above those workstations to give it a better feel and a better flow, better sound absorption, things like that, better lighting. So we're working through that. I know you all know this, but we purchased those 4 workstations that we put in the registrar's building because social services was moving some folks there. So we tried 4 different workstations. And then Anya, who heads up our internal working group on workstations, a bunch of their folks went over and looked at them. Then the county attorney's office had a new employee, so they needed a new workspace. So we thought, what a great opportunity. So we kind of took the input we'd gotten from those 4 workstations and created a new workstation that's in the county attorney's office. If you haven't been over there to see it, you might want to walk by there and just check it out. Ray has got a ton of visitors coming and checking them out. And overall, I think the comments were, it's a lot bigger than people thought. And then some people like the height, some people don't like the height. But it's getting narrowed down more to what I think we might be looking for if the government center moves forward. And on that note, Anya and I actually went to Richmond yesterday, in Mechanicsville, VDOT, a new building they have, and another building in Chesterfield. We went and looked at some workstations there just to get a feel and looking at different things, different furniture options, common space, collaborative space. So I thought that was very useful as well. We also got an updated budget from the builder group. I'm happy to say the price has not gone up. That's a positive thing. The price actually went down a little bit with the value engineering that we did. The price right now, and it depends how you look. If you include design and the other things that have gone into this, we're sitting right in the mid 170s, mid $170 million right now. But that also includes contingency and escalation costs that may or may not come through. And it also includes, we added a $4 million owner contingency because a lot of the things that came out of the design documents were things that we're still working through. What kind of space is this going to be? What kind of bathroom is this going to be? Are we going to add space with the video? A lot of things that are going to have a cost. We don't have to keep going back with a change order or anything like that if we move forward. So we added that into the cost, and it is still below what the cost was when they finished the schematic design. So I think that was a positive. And I don't know if you probably wouldn't have seen this, but we did put out an RFP for a construction manager to manage this project for us. That went out, I think, about 3 weeks ago, and it closed this past Monday. So we'll be evaluating those proposals, and if the government center does move forward, we'll be selecting a company to serve as the construction manager for this project. There's been lots gone on in a couple of months. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, anything you want to hear about, I'm happy to talk to it.
I'm good.
Good news on the price quote?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm just going to stay here, though, because I'm next.
Okay. It's your next up anyway. We move into board considerations, and number 1 is our change order, number 2, interim agreement for the Consolidated Government Center, and Mr. Reinheimer was going to do the staff report.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Before you is a resolution to take us up to 100% design on the library edition. I go through the whole thing. You all approved the first interim agreement back in December of 24. Then we went through the whole process of that. got to where we went to the second interim agreement. This is the second interim agreement, a change order to that. We've done other change orders to take the library up to the initial schematic design and programming phase. We've done a change order for the offsite road improvements. Now this is a change order to take the library up to 100% design, which is the process the government center is currently going through. We're about halfway through that process. Our goal from our standpoint is to try to get it caught up, right? We're trying to catch the library up in design to where the government center is. So when construction begins, if it begins, we're doing both at the same time if that's what the board decides to do. Obviously, there's cost savings in there and efficiencies in building both at the same time instead of having to delay one by 6 months or a year or even further. So that's what you see before you. The cost for that is not to exceed the $1.61 million. Staff recommends approval, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Motion? Yep. No discussion. I'll look for a motion.
All right, motion for approval of change order number 2, intermittent agreement for the Consolidated Government Center.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll.
Aye.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Our second board consideration is branding changes. Latara Ross will introduce Meg Finney. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Eisenhower, members of the board. My name is Latara Rouse. I'm the communications manager for James City County, and our communications division includes our public information officer, Renee Dahlman, who y'all know very well. It includes our graphic design officer, or designer, Meg Finney, and myself. So one of the responsibilities of the communications division, and specifically the graphic design office, is the management of the county's brand identity. Meg provides graphic design services that support all county departments, and she makes sure that our logo, our colors, and the overall design of things like business cards, flyers, social media graphics, signage, and those sorts of things look consistent, professional, and specific to James City County. Meg has been with the county for a little over 3 years now, and in that time, she has turned out some amazing creative work, including the design of our event stage, which you might have seen at our Newtown Tunes outdoor concert series, the Love Work sign at Freedom Park, and a public safety recruitment billboard, and so much more. In fact, most of the digital and print designs that you see coming out of James City County have actually been created by Meg. So over the years, we've made some changes to our branding standards to adapt to our increasingly digital environment. And that includes things such as updating and expanding our palette of official county colors and fonts. Meg's work is usually done behind the scenes, but today it is my pleasure to introduce her and have Meg Finney come to present for your consideration some changes to our official county branding. So, Meg?
Thank you for that lovely introduction, Latara. I wanted to say good afternoon to everyone. My name is Meg Finney. I'm graphic designer at James City County. I work in county administration in the communications suite. I'd like to start by thanking the board for their time today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present some of what I've been working on for the county in the past few months. Currently, I'm working to evolve James City County's branding to address limitations with the current logo and to find ways to expand our branding to meet the county's needs. As part of our branding conversation over the years, we've considered bringing back the county seal for more formal applications. This has given us the opportunity to modify our logo to adapt to today's digital environment. Here is the current county logo. The changes I'm suggesting are very subtle, so I'm going to walk you through them. In terms of implementation, because the revisions are so similar to the existing design, there would be no need to replace any existing signage, business cards, or other materials. My goal was to optimize the county logo without completely changing it, but those optimizations and minor shifts make a huge difference. Here are the changes I'm proposing. First, I'm neatening the artwork for the sails and wave. Next, I'm aligning the text in the logo to make it even. Finally, I'm changing the font for Virginia to boost legibility. This is a comparison between the two so that you can see them side by side. Before we continue, I can take a few questions or comments from the board if they have any on what I've covered so far.
I like the smaller font for Virginia. I just like to change fonts. I like some difference, you know? So before the Virginia wasn't so big, I think I like it smaller. That's just my personal opinion.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and continue. Using this size comparison, you can see that the Virginia line is a lot easier to read now. Previously, the county logo's minimum size was 1.5 inches wide. With the proposed edits, we can now take it down to 1 inch wide, but we can get even smaller. Before we get into that though, let's talk about responsive logos and what that means. A responsive logo is a logo that exists in several slightly different scalable variations. Despite this, they all complement each other, and as a result, each one is recognizable as part of the brand. As the logo shrinks, it simplifies down to a simpler shape, like the Disney swooped D or the Levi's red holding shape. The demands of an increasingly digital environment means your logo now has to fit anywhere from a billboard to the tiniest icon on social media. And most importantly, it needs to be legible and recognizable. Logos are no longer a one-size-fits-all situation. We use what best fits the space we're given. So why do responsive logos matter? As of 2025, 62% of users access the internet through mobile devices. Brand logos must be legible on dozens of different platforms and browsers at several sizes. I am proposing a responsive identity for James City County. The standard full-size logo will be used for most printed applications, including signage, flyers, business cards, brochures, and large promotional items. In the event that the logo needs to be smaller, we would have a medium version of the logo that can go down to 3/4 of an inch. Finally, for the smallest applications, we would have a simplified logo that can go down to 1/2 of an inch. So when would we need a logo that small? The smallest size allows us to add legible logos to tiny areas such as social media icons, pens, or certain social media graphics. Comparing the proposed responsive logos to our current branding, we can see how quickly we lose the Virginia and Jamestown 1607 text on the left. On the right, everything stays legible. As a reminder, if this logo evolution were implemented, no existing signage, business cards, uniforms, or other materials would need to be replaced. We would just use the updated logos moving forward. I'm also working on introducing something back to our identity that we haven't had since 2012. Most localities have a logo identity, but they also have a seal for official documents and letterhead. James City County does not currently have a seal. So when we receive a request from a government building to send our seal, what we wind up sending is our county logo, which tends to stand out against the other circular designs. Our county logo used to double as a seal, but when we rebranded back in 2012, we stopped using the old seal completely. All signs, vehicles, uniforms, letterhead, business cards, and other items with the county seal were replaced with the new logo, and the seal was completely phased out. So we wanted to reintroduce a seal, something very official, and have it match with our current identity. I used this old logo as a base to design a new seal. I updated the fonts to match the county logo. I've redrawn the ship for better accuracy and to scale down to smaller size as well. The line work keeps the individual sails from getting lost. Finally, I updated the colors to match our current brand identity using darker shades of red and blue. So now if we were to get a request to send our seal, we could give them something that complements and aligns with our brand, but is more formal and appropriate. I've also created responsive designs for the seal. With that, I'd like to share what I envision the seal being used for. It could be used in places like the boardroom, on official documents, letterheads, and envelopes. It would not replace the current county logo, but work in harmony with it. County lapel pins would use the design as well. Here's a mock-up that I've made to give an idea of how that might look. The revised county logo and responsive variations add versatility and improved legibility as the ways we communicate and use the logo evolve. The proposed seal strengthens the county's brand, giving us an option for official communications, board materials, and other situations where a seal may be more appropriate. Thank you all for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
So I like the seal. What I don't love is the gray background against, when you put it up against the other seals they're much more vibrant. This is very vibrant on the right, the three, but then on the left, and I appreciate the darker red and the gray, I'm just giving you my honest opinion. When you show the lapel pin with the gold, it sticks out and it doesn't look so, but that's what, I'm not crazy about it, to be honest. Just that piece of it. I wish it was a different color. It just doesn't look vibrant with the rest of them. Like the style, like everything else, but that. So.
I think, for me, it is something the board ought to be comfortable with the seal. And again, I think we could take that back and bring you some options and see if there's better coloring that fits. I'm not good at that. I'm good at the end of liking it. And so from a standpoint of the actual lapel pin, I'm ready to order those today. I really like the way that looks.
Yeah, I thought that
feel
looked
you,
excellent.
The gold makes that pop out. I hadn't
Yes.
considered it with the others, but I think that's a good point and
Well,
something that
can you
Megan
go
and I could
back
talk
to
about.
the
Yeah,
slide
go back
with,
to the-
where you had the seals?
Seals, yeah. Yes, Renee, do you mind keying back a couple?
Renee has gotten so much experience today on this.
Yeah, right there.
See, they're all colorful.
Yeah, they pop.
They all have color that pops out at you.
Yeah.
This doesn't at all.
So that's just my, that's my feedback.
You know,
I
if you
agree.
had if you had the light blue sky background, that might work, more in contrast.
Well, again, I'm not good on the fly
Yeah,
with that.
but that's,
No,
I
no,
mean,
I'm not asking for the
I'd just like to see, I agree, I'd like to see some different options to see
Little
what
bit
it
more
looks like that would make it pop out. But go back to the lapel pin though.
Oh, sure.
Uh,
That's second to last, Renee.
Renee.
Thank you.
I like it.
I like that.
Yeah, I do too. The
like
Oh,
gold
I like that and I
really,
like the other one.
the gold really
It has
pops
the gold,
back.
the gold makes it stand out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other one doesn't have any color.
Yeah, I like the
But
ship.
I think this one wouldn't even look bad if you had like maybe instead of a gray sky background, you had like a lighter blue sky background as opposed to the darker blue water. But that, yeah, I like this. I think I like the work that's done. I just think we want to see maybe a few more option tweaks or whatever.
I like the gray, and with when you go back to the other photo, you know, with the gray with the gray background and the white, you almost have to have something that's enough change that you actually see it. I think if you went with a light blue, it'd kind of wash it out, in my opinion. I think the only thing you could possibly do was maybe lighten it up with a cloud or something behind there, or sunshine or something to break the gray up a little. But I like it like it is. I mean, that's just me.
You could put a band under the James City County, Virginia, a band of the blue or the light blue or the green, you know, that we have already now.
I tell you, I don't like
don't
either
know.
one of those colors on all three of them.
Oh, you don't like any of
It
them?
Be
looks
careful
like
what you ask for.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying,
doesn't do a thing.
this
for
is
me.
really plain compared to, I like the one County of York, only because it's bright and it's in your face and it looks. it's
Maybe we could
pretty.
just see some options.
See, don't let us design it because this is what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
See, but the others look.
I always like your stuff when you've actually produced it and you don't have any choices anymore.
The others look more busy with multiple colors.
Oh, I don't
Ours
think so.
looks clean and crisp and.
Yeah, I will say that of those seals across the top there, ours is probably the cleanest one.
Yeah.
I mean, everything else has got a lot of busy stuff.
It is.
Much as this pains me to say, the city of Williamsburg, to me, is the popper. But I like to be able to have color, a little color.
too.
That's all I'm saying.
Me too, that's what I'm saying.
You brought it forward, I'm telling you.
Take the gray
So.
out then and put American flag behind it.
Union Jack.
That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying at all.
Again, I think with Megan and I and Latar, we will work through some options. This one will come back probably as well for consideration since Mr. Hipple is a fan of it, but we could bring
You
you
don't like any of those,
some
but we
things
could do
back
that.
and let you have a look at that as
You
well.
could color the flags, I mean, the sails.
Thanks for the hard work you put into this.
Yes.
100%.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Very
We
nice.
just sort of hold off on it.
I like the pin.
Okay,
I like
we'll
that
bring it back to
round
you, okay?
Next month or so.
All right,
I appreciate y'all's feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank you.
You know I love your stuff because I love that love thing at the park.
Thank you.
Okay, We are now going to move to acceptance of donated property from Norge Community Hall Association at 7402 Richmond Road. Jason Purse to give the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Norge Community Hall is located at 7402 Richmond Road. It's been in operation. It was constructed in 1907. The Norge Community Hall Association is a nonprofit organization that has been operating that for many years. The organization is no longer able to operate the facility, but desires that this historic building continue to serve Norge and the greater James City County area. In an effort to assure that that continued use happens, the association wishes to donate the property and the community hall to James City County. Staff has done an inspection of the property and determined that it is in generally good condition, but will require some refurbishment over the next 12 months. Staff believes that it is in the best interest of the citizens of James City County to accept the donation and take over the operation of the facility. Staff recommends that the board approve of this donation acceptance and authorize the county administrator to execute those documents necessary to take ownership of 7402 Richmond Road. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and a representative from the association, Mr. Andy Bradshaw, is available as well.
Well, I'm just happy. I'm really, really happy. Something more in Norge, and we need it. And we don't have any place to have meetings, other than the library or coming down to Legacy Hall. So I think it's a great addition, and I think it's really nice of them to do that. And I've spoken to one lady whose group meets there all the time, and she's concerned that she might not be able to meet there, but I put her with Arlana, and who already told her, we'll talk about it later, but we're open to that when we get it.
We've had plenty of conversations and look forward to welcoming them back as soon as possible.
So I make a
It's a great
motion that we
building.
accept it.
Really appreciate the generosity of the association. I
that's so
understand
nice.
the challenge that they face in trying to maintain it. I think it's
Need a motion?
So I made a motion. I said, motion to accept.
Motion, okay. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Mr. Glennon?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw.
yes. Number 4, amend the board's meeting calendar, add a joint meeting with the Williamsburg City Council and WJCC School Board on Friday, October 10th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. at the James City County Recreation Center, 5301 Long Hill Road, Williamsburg, Virginia. Look to the board for a motion to amend the calendar.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Mr. Stevens, call the roll.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we are down to board requests and directives. Good.
I went to the groundbreaking for Colonial Behavior Health, and as did some of you guys. And I'm just excited about that. I think everybody was, and it was a great event. And the governor was there with his wife, and the Secretary of Health and Human Services was there. So it was great. That's about it. I went to my SEC meeting in Richmond as well. State Executive Council for Children's Services. We didn't change anything.
Like all of you, I've been to a lot of things over the last few weeks, but I did attend my first Hampton Roads Alliance meeting on Friday, which I found very informative. They are working very hard. They're working closely with our economic development, as they are with all in the region, to bring business here, but they've been working over with Kongsberg to see about bringing some of the suppliers that they work with to bring them over here as well. I found it very informative. I found it was a very informative meeting. A couple things I want to bring up to see if we can, Mr. Stevens, if I can hand this to you. I did get a letter regarding a WADA bus stop that is on the corner of, it's at Colony Square Shopping. I don't know if you can tell, but there's a turn lane and there's a bus stop right there. And the person pointed out that that is rather dangerous spot for a bus stop. So along with if someone's distracted, a driver's distracted, they may not see. There's a small hill there that during rainy, icy weather, it's very, it's slippery. There's no sidewalk to that bus stop, etc. So I'll pass that to you. wanted to follow up on the presentations we had today, which I thought were excellent. The Peninsula one on aging, I think especially for a community like ours, that we do have a lot of people that are aging. The more that we can let them know about resources that are available, I think is very important. And, when I was running for reelection a couple years ago, I know somebody out in a public meeting made fun of me because I brought up about lift assist that happen in this community. And I don't know if any of you all have the Pulse app, as I do, but you can tell not only just the increase in what our fire department, EMS is running just by looking at that Pulse app. Police don't put themselves on the Pulse app, but I'm sure they're very much increasing as well. But the number of lift assists that they do on a regular basis is tremendous. And often, I think was brought up today, someone may not have family in town. I know that we work through the Connect program, which I think is an excellent program. We saw a need. We have put that into place, but that is a lot of burden on social services, on fire EMS. And then some people don't want help. So I'm just really appreciative of those types of things. I'm also very appreciative of you and your team, Sharon, from the Davenport presentation today. And when I was looking at it this weekend, I was reading my agenda. It was informative, and then you brought about the news about not having the deficit, but I'm a little irritated right now because there's a video going around that has gained traction, and I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to give it traction, but it doesn't tell the complete story. And this today, to me, was the complete story about the health of James City County and about the job that our staff does in managing our money. And even if the story were that there were going to be a time when we needed to address the red, this is your source for information right here. And I very much appreciate the county administrator is always really good about getting back and sending out information. It's been talked about at this dais. There's nothing being hidden. We do not have the final cost. When we do have the final cost, that'll be a discussion that we'll have out in the open. 1 o'clock. Can't they watch is there a rerun of this program? There's reruns of this program. We're on YouTube. You name it. 5 o'clock is our other meeting time. And everyone at this dais answers emails and works to get information out. And so I just urge people to take that route instead of, I have seen some numbers and that is just astronomical, not right. Doesn't mean you have to support a new government center. It's everybody, it's your right to not do that. But you need to do so with the complete information. And when I sit and I hear information that I heard today and I read the reports that I read today, which by the way are public and anyone can read, I just want to say how much I appreciate you and your team and everything that you do to get that information to us. And thank you for that. So, thank you.
I'm going to go through my list fairly quickly. Just a couple of events that I want to draw attention to. The first went to the Peninsula Clean County Commission breakfast, and Ms. Null was there. Ruthie,
I was not there. I think Jim was there. Yeah.
It was great to be able to recognize a James City County business for their activities, which deals with essentially recycling fashion items, clothing, and so forth. It was very well done event by Andrea Case, our sustainability director. Also participated in the dedication of the Rob Till Memorial Garden, which takes some space behind James River Elementary School and the Abram Frink Community Center. Rob passed away several years ago, but the garden is a place where Grove Christian Outreach Center will be planting vegetables in order to take those vegetables over to the food programs at Grove Christian Outreach Center. So they'll be growing some of their own food to be distributed. That was a wonderful event. I attended the Greater Williamsburg Chamber of Commerce meeting. I heard an awful lot about a lot of great things going on in the community. Ms. Larson was there representing Visit Williamsburg or the Tourism Council.
That's right.
Same
thing.
Right. I just think that there's an awful lot of good activity going on in the community that involves this organization, which has in fact been growing in membership and in activity. So that's great, and I won't step on our chairman's involvement in that, because I think he's done an outstanding job in the program that he's been heading over there. We also had the groundbreaking for the Colonial Behavioral Health facility with Governor Youngkin down to participate in that event, and I also was able to attend the Peninsula Food Bank Day for elected officials to come and help with the preparation of materials. I got to work on the backpacks for kids to take home over the weekend, and we filled about 550 bags for those backpack deliveries. This is Hunger Awareness Month, and the need for food among many of our local residents and residents throughout the region is well documented. It was great to be able to draw some attention to that particular item through this event. Grove Community Day was last Saturday. It was sponsored by Little Zion Church, and that event has been growing year by year. It was an excellent day, beautiful weather, and lots of fun going on for kids and adults in that event. And the county was very well represented. And then finally today, I attended along with Ms. Null and Mr. Eisenhower, our county administrator, the Walmart 25th anniversary event. And what really struck me was when Wayne, the head of the distribution center, pointed out that this center, which has been open now for 25 years, got 9 times selected as the best distribution center in the country. And that's remarkable, and a tribute both to the corporation and to the people that are running that facility and working in it. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Can I bring up one thing that I forgot? You know, I went to Virginia Beer Company and did
yes.
my day of
Yes,
pouring
you
beer.
did.
And I appreciate Supervisor Null coming out and supporting that. And I also have to comment on the nuts. So they had the T-shirts there for all the groups that were going to be doing work to help out in the community. And poor Jared Herr, who I could not play. I was a little bewildered while I was trying to figure out how to pour beer, because I've never been a bartender. Big surprise. I did not recognize him at first, but he was the first of James City County that came out to get their T-shirts. There was a number of our employee groups that came out to get. I just was so impressed with the fact that everybody doing their job all the time, still putting in to help out the community, and I just really appreciated it. So, thank you. Sorry, Jim.
No problem. First of all, I wanted to say to the staff tonight, my congratulations on the acceptance of the roads in Section 9 of Newtown, and I look forward to the rest of them trickling in. We're getting all of these finally taken care of. I want to get all these roads into the VDOT system as quickly as we can, and that's taken a lot of staff time and staff effort to get it there, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate all the work everyone's done on that. Yeah, I did join Colonial Behavioral Health. It didn't rain because I brought my umbrella. And the Clean Business Awards was, it's always fun to go to. And Walmart today, that's the first time I'd been inside that large building down there, and it is a monstrous building. But, and it's really an interesting group of folks. They were fired up this morning. I will say that I'm going to hold my town hall meeting on October 2nd. It's going to be at Legacy Hall at 7 p.m. Scott and the staff have decided that we'll make presentations on the Government Center. I'm also asking them to give them an update on Westwood Park, which is part of the Eastern State property that will be coming to us in October. So I want especially the folks in Newtown to have the opportunity to come listen to what's going to be being proposed there and know when it will be coming before the board. And then we're going to also get an update, I believe, on the recreation facility construction schedule and when it's planned to be up and running. So that will be on the 2nd of October for my meeting. And with that, I think we move to the reports of the county administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Just 2 items. I do want to mention our strategic plan open house Monday, September 29th at Legacy Hall, 6 p.m. Would invite the community interested to come back and provide feedback on our draft plan. So that is Monday, September 29th, 6 p.m. Legacy Hall. And then just a notice on the 250th, it was mentioned earlier this evening by Ed Harris, that James City County, we are a commemorative partner of the VA 250 and would also offer that to our business community that they can sign up and become a partner as well. It is by visiting va250.org. So va250.org, or get in touch with our staff and we'll take them where they need to go as well.
There's also something on October 21st at 5 p.m. at Jamestown Settlement where you can come out and get information, businesses about the Virginia 250.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yes, Visit Williamsburg is partnering with that.
Okay. All right. We are now ready, and I'll be looking for a motion to enter closed session for the following items. Consideration of a personnel matter, the appointment of individuals to county boards and or commissions pursuant to section 2.23711A1 of the Code of Virginia. It's a staff appointment, Colonial Behavioral Health Board. B is reappointment, Social Services Advisory Board. C is staff appointments, Williamsburg Area Transit Authority Board of Trustees. And D is the appointment to the Virginia Peninsula Community College Local Board. Number 2, discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds and discussion of the terms of the scope of such contract where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to section 2.23711A29 of the Code of Virginia and pertaining to the contract for the joint operation of schools between the county and the city of Williamsburg. And number 3, discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to section 2.23711A29 of the Code of Virginia and pertaining to the contract for the curbside recycling between the county and the Virginia Peninsula Public Service Authority.
Mr. Chairman, before we go into closed session, could I request a brief
Thank you.
recess?
It's going to raise
All
my
right.
hand.
We'll call the roll when we come back.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
She's getting order. And once we get the TV up, all right, we're ready to take the vote to go into closed session.
Mr. Chairman,
Need the
move,
motion?
move to go into closed session in the conditions you indicated.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
We are in closed session. Back into order. And I will look for a motion to certify the closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move to certify that we only spoke about those items we indicated we would speak about going into closed session.
Mr. Stevens, call the roll.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Chair, I have some appointments, please, for recommendation.
Ma'am.
The first is for the Virginia Peninsula Community College Board. Wayne Casey to fill the unexpired term of Joe Fuentes, though that term would expire 6/30/2027. The Colonial Behavioral Health Board, Lynette Diaz to fill a term that would serve a term ending September 2028. The Social Services Advisory Board, I have two there, Laura Hill and Robert Cayenne, both serving terms that would expire September 30, 2029. The WADA Board of Directors, first Juliet Heischman with a term that would expire June 30, 2027. She is filling an unexpired term of an employee that had left. Her person that would be the alternate would be Ms. Muniz. That would be her alternate. And then on another appointment would be Paul Holt to have a term. He'd be reappointed and his new term would expire June 30, 2029.
Motion. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll. Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. And we now look for a motion to adjourn until 8:30 a.m. on October 10th, 2025 for the joint meeting.
So moved.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Sorry, I got ahead of you.
That's all righty. We are adjourned.